Good morning, traders. Good morning. More importantly, Anastasiia, how are you?
Now, the audience is more important.
No.
Hey, Mike, how are you doing?
I am good, thanks. How are you?
Yeah, good. Today is a bit of a holiday in the markets, right? At least on
It
the
is
European side. So.
it is a little bit. It is a little bit. So yeah, we've got most of Europe is celebrating Labor Day. Even though you and I are in Europe, we're not celebrating. We're at hard at work, ready to see what the markets are doing. So yeah,
You know
keeping ourselves busy.
the whole concept of it's a Labor Day, but you are not working because you are celebrating the day of work. You know what I mean?
Exactly. It's a bit backwards going forwards, really, isn't it? So yeah, but it's all good. It's all good. We've got all of our favorite regulars in there. We've got a bunch of others as well. We've got Fabine. We've got Carlos. We've got Golden. We've got Jamie. We've got Akash, Phil, Adil, Sanjay, Haresh, Adnan as well. Lovely to see all of you guys in with us today. Let us know what you guys are up to today. Are you trading? If so, what are you trading? We would love to know where you see some opportunities in the market. There has been some movement. There is some news coming out today as well. So we've already had some news come out. In fact, in the last 5 minutes. So we had some pound PMI news come out. So hopefully we'll see some moves within that. So there's a fair few assets to potentially consider, and then we've also got PMI news and also the regular jobless claims from the US dollar as well later on this afternoon. So there's plenty still to come, plenty of movement in the market, I'm sure, even if most of Europe is still probably asleep in their beds, enjoying their Thursday national holiday all of a sudden. So yeah, there's also obviously our regular sections as well on a Thursday. So we will still have our weekly ABL podcast, and that'll be coming up in just under a couple of hours. So make sure you join us for that. We've got some of our regulars joining us for that. So we hope you guys will stick around to enjoy that with us. Anyway. Enough of me rambling on. Anastasiia, I can see that you've got 2 sets of charts sitting in the wings, ready to share, ready to bring to our audience. What would you like to bring first?
I guess this one. They're actually the boss the same. The difference between those two is here. That's bigger us. I guess the difference between those two is that the one is CFD on TradingView and the other one is futures that I check some footprint and all of this kind of things. So that is gold. You're right, Akash. Yes, exactly. This is gold because we talked about it yesterday and I was waiting for the price to come and reach this level here. So I was selling it yesterday, but I did not, unfortunately, hold it overnight. I did close it, and otherwise it would hit all the targets, and that would be a beautiful move, but it is what it is. Nonetheless, we are right now at this high volume node here. We were talking about it yesterday, that I'm expecting the reaction from it here. How big of the reaction, of course, we do not know, because in fact, for right now, at least on the recent movement of the gold, we are a little bit of bearish momentum. So if the price would eventually react and break through, I would also use the same level afterwards to take a sell as possible, right? Something like this. So we had a reaction, the breakthrough, and then the sell. For the current moment being, I'm in a buys for gold from this high volume node, from the point of control of the week, from the developing point of control of the week as well, and from the point of control of this consolidation, of course, too. And we see, if we're going to come closer, that we do have some reaction. TradingView is going to cooperate. Here we go. We do have a reaction. So the price did slow down already here, coming closer to this move. It did reject again, and it's trying to reject this level. So as long as we are holding above 32.38, I am long for gold. I would prefer the price to get above this developing point of control. This is a new one, but this is monthly. But normally, because it's the 1st of May, the first day of the month, it represents the daily point of control today. because it's the first day, right? It's still just being formed. So as we are going higher, and if we can break this level, I think we are good to go for another, let's say, 100, 200 ticks to the upside. So that's the level I'm going to be watching for. And as long as we can break it somewhere today, that's going to be great. That's my outlook for gold for the current moment.
Yeah, we were talking about gold this morning as well on the ABL stream, and yeah, pretty much the same sentiment. We've come down, we've created a nice kind of support level, which could theoretically, I mean, I'm actually looking at gold as potential sells longer term. So on a kind of over the coming days and weeks, I think we're still going to see selling pressure coming into gold. But certainly on the intraday today, it looks like it could be a nice long opportunity. The reason I say that is if you look at it on the 15-minute chart, we can see that we had price break all of this structure that we had here. So potentially a nice break and retest. There's some really nice levels in and around here, around the 3280, the 3270 kind of area. There's some nice major liquidity in there. So it's it looks like a potentially nice opportunity as long as we can maintain this low that we've created as the current support for the move. Then there could also be, by the time we get to the New York session, the opportunity for things to sell again. So we'll see. Trump announced possible deal with China on tariffs, so no long refer to April 6th to the 8th, where tariff madness started. Yeah, Carol, there's no long-term longs. I don't think that's what either Anastasiia or I are saying. What we're suggesting is an intraday opportunity, right? So against the trend, a contra trade, let's say, against the trend, but still an opportunity is an opportunity, right? And in gold, why not try and trade it both ways if it's moving? So yeah. Golden Bear says I am bullish on gold. Okay. And Adil says there's no buy in gold until it closes above 3241. Yeah, quite possibly. The reality is it's in this kind of this consolidation area right now. Forming a nice structure at the moment of support. It's just waiting to see where's it going to react from. If we look at it on the 22-minute, we've got a liquidity level here, we've got another one level here, so it's creating major liquidity on either side, and it's a question of waiting to see which one does it want to go and take first, and how does it react when it does so. Still something to play out. I think is fair to say. Akram says the gold rush is over. I don't know, Akram. You never know. In this crazy world that we live in these days, anything is possible. But yeah, gold is certainly looking bearish overall, but possibly some bullish opportunities up to the kind of the 3270 sort of area, I would suspect. I mentioned the news earlier, so we have had positive news for the pound. So we'll take a look at the pound in a minute. We are still waiting for the PMI news from the Swiss franc for some reason. That was supposed to come out an hour ago or over an hour ago, but it hasn't come through yet. And we then have obviously the initial jobless claims. Then we have PMI for the CAD and also for the US dollar. So there is a nice, decent amount of news still to come out today before the big doozy. Not only do we tomorrow have PMI, but tomorrow we have also got the former big Papa Bear of news. But since Trump came back into power, NFP, frankly, is a bit of a damp squid. But we do have NFP tomorrow. So that will be an interesting one to see how that plays out. There was obviously a bit of a reaction in the stock markets, particularly yesterday, with regards to the balance of trade news that came out with the US economy contracting. So that will obviously be one to keep an eye on for tomorrow. for that tomorrow, obviously, we're not here live on the 5ers on a Friday yet. If you want us to be, you need to make sure you like and subscribe and share and comment and do all those lovely things that you guys like to do. But for now, we're not live streaming on a Friday on the 5er stream, which means that if you want to enjoy the potential madness of NFP or the potential boredom of NFP, who knows, it could be one or the other, then make sure you are part of the 5ers Discord. And come and join me tomorrow for the New York open mic session over on the 5ers Discord. I will be going live from 1 p.m. GMT, and I will look forward to seeing you guys there. We'll then be rolling over for a reactionary live streaming session over on the AlphaBeta Lab. So we have got every angle of all of the news covered. There is really nowhere else for you guys to be other than with the 5ers and the AlphaBeta Lab, of course. So yeah. The Forex pairs was one I wanted to look at earlier, and this was something we were talking about as well. Pound was pretty poor yesterday, I think it's fair to say. And the Aussie and the CAD were quite strong. Now, the yen today, if we look at it on today's current candle, the yen is suffering massively. So if we look at the yen as well as a potential pair, possibly to trade, then we've got some really good opportunities to look at. Phil, if you don't know what the Discord is an application. So if you go and download it onto your phone or ideally onto your computer, go to the 5ers Hub. And on the 5ers Hub, you will find on the bottom left-hand corner, when you're logged in, with your account, you'll see on the left-hand side, you'll see a link to the YouTube channel, and then you'll also see a link to Discord. That is a link that only works for people that have 5ers active accounts. So if you've just signed up but you haven't purchased anything, you won't be able to get in. But it is there for all 5ers traders. So come on in. We've got well over 20,000 traders in there. So come and join us on the Discord. We'd love to see you in there. I used to do a Thursday session. Now we're live on the 5ers YouTube channel, so I don't. But I do a Friday afternoon for Europe. I do a New York open session, open mic, where everyone's invited. You can jump in and chat with me, and we'll go through the charts. And we do a little bit of a hub giveaway as well, pretty much every week as well. So yeah. Kavika saying, don't know what happened to my pound Aussie longs. Well, let's have a look, because I was just saying about pound and Aussie being kind of a bit of a divergence. I mean, they look, I don't know where you were in, Kavika, but looks pretty good to me for a long. Very, very nice long opportunity. If you got in down here, this was down based on the news that we had this morning. So took this support down here and has really pushed up. The primary reason for that is because of the Japanese news that came in. So we've got obviously the manufacturing PMI, which was better than expected for the pound, but we had Japanese news come out. So plenty of news from Japan overnight. And if we look at it here, you can see it there. So you have got consumer confidence going down for Japan, and you've also got the Aussie dollar balance of trade being a lot better than was expected. So plenty there to take a look at. So pound Aussie really pumping right now, pretty much since 9 o'clock this morning. So for the last almost 2 hours. And really showing us a lot of strength. I think we are potentially going to see a bit of a reversal, though. This was one that I was looking at earlier. And Anastasiia, I'd be keen to get your thoughts on this. If we look at pound Aussie at the moment, it's essentially broken this structure that we had here, right? Now, it hasn't broken the wider structure, but if we look at it on the 15-minute, we had this structure here, and then it's broken down. So if we take a fib down from here to here, we're actually coming to a relatively nice area, a bit like gold. Similar kind of idea where you could potentially see some shorts come in. So if you look at it here, we still have on pound Aussie, we have a lot of major liquidity further down. If I zoom out to the daily, then you'll see it better here. And there is there is, you know, an argument to be had for potential shorts coming in, having broken that trend line that was initially built up. So, you know, there's, if we would take it to on a trend line on the daily, for example, take it up here, we can see that we've broken down past that trend line. So there is a potential for shorts coming in. For how long, I wouldn't want to say, but certainly looking at this as a fib setup, you could see a nice reaction from this area here, or even where we are right now. But I'd need to see something a little bit more concrete. On the 1 minute, we haven't really done anything just yet, although we have had an interesting reaction in there. It might not look like much, but we've got a change of direction on the bullish candle. So far, we haven't taken that high, and this wick rejection on the 1 minute looks pretty strong. We'll see how that one plays out. It might not be one just yet, but forming an inside bar here on the 5 minute, it could be that it leaves it for now, but that will be major liquidity for price to come and take at some point as well. So we're in an interesting area. We haven't quite come to the 61.8. So not a certainty, but certainly something to bear in mind. You know, we're an interesting area. So possibly sells on pound Aussie is what I'm looking at. Anastasiia is always very focused, Carol.
Trade.
Say again.
I was entering the trade.
Ah, that's why. See, it's important analysis there going on, Carol. You know, millions are being moved into the market by Anastasiia right now, so you know she's got to make sure she doesn't fat finger an entry with too many zeros or too few zeros. So yeah.
The moment will come.
The moment will come.
In the making.
It's in the making. It's a work in progress. So yeah. So there's plenty of opportunity. This looks like a really nice area on the 11 minute. In this area here, I could potentially see some sells coming into that one. So that's worth looking out on pound Aussie. Serena, I'm sorry to hear that. Unfortunately, Discord is not widely available everywhere. But if you are able to get in, then please do come and join us. Let's have a look.
Sells on GOZ, right? Because I'm looking for a bias on GBP right now. This is GBP USD. So we were looking into sells yesterday together with Stream, with all of you guys here. So we did reach this level, this zone, and overall this other volume node. We see that it did pull back from here. I did close it here already earlier, but it was nicely going throughout the night lower. Now what we see here is that first of all, it bounced back. We had a very nice push to the upside. So all the major volume levels and areas are now below the price. If we look closer on the 15 minutes, and then I'm going to shift to my to the futures as well to show you something, we will see that their developing point of control is also below now. So the point of control of the day is also below now. And since it's the beginning of the month, it's a little different bias for me, in a sense that I'm looking at what is currently happening. And currently I see that the majority of the volume was traded below, which means it's pushing the price higher. So the price went up from the volumes that were traded on this level here. Pretty big push to the upside also. That tells me that, okay, we might continue higher from this levels right now. One of the zones that I'm watching is this previous highs, not because it's a high, but because we had a pretty big volume traded there. I'm going to show it in a second on my futures chart. But if we can break the previous highs, I'm expecting it even to reach potentially the lows of this range that was created in the end of, on the 28th to 30th of April. So right now it's going good, but let me shift to my other screen, because I do see some nice confirmations also on the futures chart. There we go. So this is 6B futures on pound futures, which is 1-to-1 correlation, 100% correlation with GBP USD. And we see that the price also did break this dynamic level, which is, well, the monthly, but right now is the daily, but it is below the price. It shifted below. And this is one of the biggest signs I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for the shift. You can, again, think about it as an EMA, but it's not an EMA because it's a different calculation. But from this level, I'm expecting it to go at least here. So we see that on this highs, we had a very big clustered volume trader. Like someone entered the massive position and a very big disbalance on the ask side as well. So there was a lot of asks here and the price still pushed down. So there was a very big drop in absorption of these buyers. The price already reacted to this one time though. So there is a very high chance that we're going to break it. But my first target is going to be here. And the next target is going to be on in the volume of this whole consolidation and the lows of the previous range of the end of April. So it's here. Oops. Come on. Let me copy it. Here we go. So this is my AD for pound USD right now. But I do see potential sells on GBP AUD just a little bit higher, because we did also just break the volume. This is the middle of the consolidation. It's a little tricky because it's literally in the middle of the range. And in the range, the majority of the volume and the area of gravity, right, the magnet for the price is the middle of it. So we see that the price has broke the middle again. It broke the volume, and it is now heading towards the weekly volume of the last week. Or the current week? Is it the current week? I think it's still the current week. But nonetheless, even if I place my volume profile over this whole move to the downside, that is here. So we did break the value area low, and I think we are reaching this level. So I do see still the upwards move for approximately 30-35 pips for GBP AUD before the reversal to the downside. So that's something I would say possible for GBP AUD. From my side, of course, my perspective.
Sure. I'm just looking at one of the comments. We're talking about Aussie dollar, and Mark is saying Aussie dollar JPY, very long wick on the 4-hour close. And yes, I can see that what you're talking about, Mark. The only problem with it is I don't really see what it's reacting from. I mean, granted, you've got this former area of support, let's say, but that's not precise enough for me. And if we look here, we still have this really strong cluster of liquidity. Quite often, we can see these long wicks on JPY pairs in particular, and they don't necessarily always mean that things are going to pull back. The Aussie dollar itself has been struggling. We were talking about that on our live stream on ABL with LJ, but it is it is one that's I would say just one to be careful of. Let's put it that way. When you look at it on the 1 hour, for example, yes, it's pulling back, so you could see a pullback, but I'm not sure where I would get in right now, because it just feels I need to see more of a structure. It feels as though if you were going for a short on this, what structure are you gonna say has been broken to get a short in on? Because right now, what you've done is you've created what I would describe as a very weak head and shoulders. I mean, could be described as head and shoulders on the 5-minute, maybe, but it doesn't really, for me, it just doesn't feel very pronounced. So I would just be cautious. Sometimes these long wicks, they can appear to suggest a change of direction. It's not always the case. So I would be cautious on that one. It has reached, as I said, that former area of resistance, or support, should I say? Yeah, I'd be careful. If anything, I'd probably be looking at the 15 minutes, or if I take that to the 1 hour, you could, for example, theoretically come in and say, right, okay, if we're going to see a pullback, maybe we're going to see a pullback to this kind of area here on the 50 or the 6180, somewhere in this area here. So theoretically, you could sell down there, but we've only had one 1 hour candle confirm that this is it. So personally, I don't know. I would be less willing to take that. If anything, I'd be looking at possibly longs from here to take out these further highs, because there's still lots more higher up. But again, that's just, as Anastasiia said, on pound Aussie. These are just initial observations, and our views on these. So yeah. Gold says double W. We have already looked at gold double W. So if you go back in the live stream, you'll see our views on gold. Make sure you can have a look at that. Anyone? Oh, you're muted, Anastasiia.
For gold, nothing changed yet. I'm saying so. It's been consolidating there for the morning, for the whole morning. So that's for now.
Exactly.
Outlook didn't change neither.
Yeah, exactly. So go have a look. Scroll back about 10-15 minutes, and you'll see our view on gold. I just want to make sure that we're not missing any comments in particular. But I see there's a few comments on pound going to 3428. Let's have a look. Yes, certainly a reasonable expectation. The only thing is that the Dixie, I mean, yesterday just really, it pushed through all of this area here. Now, granted, it still hasn't made a breakthrough past these ones, but the Dixie is starting to show some strength again. And as LJ was saying on our stream, there seems to be less concern about the dollar. Now, there's obviously the news of the minerals deal that was been long awaited between the US and the Ukrainians. That still needs to be ratified by the Ukrainian parliament. So it's not a done certainty. It's not a guaranteed certainty that it's done and dusted and everything's going to be sorted, right? So there are still some hurdles to jump through for that. But obviously that in itself presents, a certain element of comfort for US dollar investors. But there's also the added factor that, nobody still is quite sure about these tariffs and how they're going to play out. So right now, there seems to be at least a short-term sentiment of, okay, things aren't that bad for the dollar. They do seem to know a little bit about what they're doing. And that might be coming from the likes of Scott Bessent and the such like, of giving the markets a little bit of reassurance that, okay, look, it's not what it looks like. Some of us actually know what we're doing. Kind of trust us and let us get on with it, sort of thing. So we will see. Chris is saying, when trading futures, Anastasiia, do we still have the massive wicks for liquidity grabs like in CFDs?
I don't really know where this question comes from, Chris. I mean, the chart for CFD should be 100% correlated with the chart of futures, right? And the majority, like when you trade CFDs, the order doesn't go into the centralized market. So if the concept of liquidity grabs applies to something, then it applies to futures market because it's centralized. The big players can see all the orders that are placed there. They place their orders, and the price can go grab the liquidity, whether it's small participants, retail traders liquidity, or their own liquidity, the orders that they want to get filled. So of course you have wicks. The only difference, of course, is that if you trade with your own broker, right, not with the fibers, but with the broker, some brokers like to draw some extra candles and some extra wicks and put it on, their liquidity lag and all of these kind of things. And of course, in this sense, some brokers do scam traders on CFD specifically, and then the wicks that are drawn there, then of course they don't exist in the actual market. Neither you will see them on the fibers, neither you will see them on futures. But that's one thing that is happening, for a specific platform. But yeah, sure, you have the wicks for candles. You have wicks, right? The market is moving, and the market needs liquidity to move.
Exactly right. Sol, who isn't our CEO Sol, but another Sol, apparently just a coincidental same name, says the Dixie on the higher time frame is becoming bullish. I wouldn't be going against it very fast on any USD pairs. And yes, it is slowly starting to form that bullish trend. Once we break past this area, then I can see us having more of a bullish move. Right now, you could say that you've got a bit of a head and shoulders pattern here. It's come down. Possibly. I'm not entirely convinced by it. That's just my own personal view, but there is certainly an argument to be said that that there is going to be some bullish sentiment coming back into the dollar. Having said that, I think it's still going to take a little bit of time. I think there's a lot of what's the word? There's a lot of trust, I think, has been lost towards the dollar, and so now I would suspect that the likes of Scott Bessent and others are now having to do a little bit of reassurance and damage control to say to people, look, don't worry, we do know what we're doing, trust us, sort of thing. I think the markets are trying to adjust to how they react to things. And hopefully that will start to calm down, so that they take less reactions from a soundbite from Trump and actually look at the reality, look at the data, look at what things are really saying and what is genuinely being done. This is, in a way, it's good for the markets because it creates volatility, it creates movement, but on the other hand, it makes things very, very uncertain, and nothing's certain with the markets. But if you're an institutional investor and you're managing somebody's pension fund and things like that, you want to have as much certainty as you possibly can. And when you've got things like Truth Social and Twitter and all these sorts of things being used to define the direction of the markets, that doesn't give you much confidence and certainty when you're dealing with somebody's pension fund. So it's something just to keep an eye on. Hopefully, we will start to see some of that bullish momentum pull back into the dollar. But let's not forget that a weaker dollar is ultimately what they want. They don't want to have such a strong dollar. So the way they're trying to move this is in a certain direction, but they obviously just didn't want it to happen so quickly. So let's see. DZT is asking Anna if you would mind looking at the ES futures.
Yeah, of course. We're gonna have a look at it.
Sure.
Oh, thanks, Mike. You were faster than me. Thank you. I was just a couple of extra words about DXY from my side before moving.
Oh yes, of course. Sorry.
No, for us. So that's I completely agree with you that it might still take some time. We can't forget that we did not, even from the market structure perspective, we did not break the previous structure, right? We didn't break the highs. Beside this, if we look at the higher time frame, that was now trading view. Come on. Wait, that was a very long time ago, though so long that TradingView doesn't even load the data. Here, we had this previous consolidation and we had the previous range, right? The previous range middle here, then the support, then consolidation volume, and the price did break through it. I mean, we did stop at the bottom of the other range, like the other one, right? But we did break the other one, and this might hold as a resistance for a little bit still. We didn't break it, so as long as we are below it, I'm still considering as potentially bearish or neutral, let's say like this, but not bullish yet. And the other things that I'm looking at is the current day. Now, since we're talking about today, right, what we can expect, intraday opportunities, the price did create the majority of the volume above. So there was majority of the volume was traded higher than the current price. And this is the daily point of control that the price is right now rejecting and retesting. So I'm expecting it to still pull back down to, let's say, 99.36, 99.280 before continuing to go up. So I think we still have some bearish movement for DXY possible in the next couple of hours before potentially reversing. But again, I'm going to be considering it totally bullish only after we break this whole zone, and this is 100, 125, 100, 625. Yeah. So that's DXY. And for the ES, let's have a look at it. Mike, there's no music today?
We seem to have a problem with the music. When we have the music, we then can't hear you. So I have a feeling people would prefer to hear you than hear the music.
Wow.
Otherwise, I would happily have it. But it seems to mess around with your microphone. So I've turned it off, unfortunately. But we would much rather hear your analysis on ES.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna try to connect a different mic as well. What we see here is that for S&P 500, I was trying to buy it. I did close it break even finally yesterday on our challenge as well, and the price did dive lower to the majority of the volume. Now it's going up and it's quite bullish, but right above it we have the big volume area here, and I wouldn't be buying it, although it's been bullish for a while, because of this whole volume that the price is now reaching. I've actually am looking potentially to see some shorts from here, at least for a bit. Now, if we can break this zone today, then going to 58.14 shouldn't be a problem. So if we go closer, let's have a look at this. We go closer for S&P 500, and so I'm expecting either something like this to happen, to go lower, or if we do break it finally, I'm expecting some volume here and see the reaction of the price, then 58.12.5 is a target. But right now I'm not touching it, I'm not trading it. I'm gonna wait for New York session and see the reaction when the price gets closer to 56.76. But my key zones is 56.76.5 and 58.14.5. Those two key zones. And then the bottom one is, of course, that 55.55. That's S&P 500.
Thank you very much, Anastasiia. I'm sensitive to, what am I sensitive to, Kavika?
I think that he was trying to make a joke about microphone and mic.
Okay, all right, I see. Okay. Alrighty, let's have a look. We've got some questions on the USD pairs again. We've got a few questions on gold. Yeah, unfortunately, Louis, no music because we have some issues with StreamYard. It doesn't like the music, and then ends up blocking out Anastasia's microphone. So we won't have the music for the time being. But yeah, let's see. There was a question about gold. Gold hasn't really done much since the last time we were asked, which was about 10 minutes ago. Jashimon, it's still ranging. It hasn't broken out of the area that's in from this morning. It's doing its typical thing on the 1 minute, where it bounces up and down, a bit like a jack in the box, and it can't really decide which way it wants to go right now. So if you want to see our sentiment on gold, go back about half an hour on the live stream to about 10:45, something like that. So about half an hour ago, and you'll see both mine and Anastasia's view on gold. Did see somebody asking about Euro USD. Let's see, where's that one? Agu Samuel's asking about Euro USD. So let's have a quick look at Euro USD, shall we, Anastasiia? And let's see.
Yeah,
I think it's a rare occasion whereby the sentiment or the direction for Euro USD seems somewhat similar to Pound USD for once.
Well, somewhere, yeah. We were looking for sells yesterday, both on GBP USD and Euro USD during the competition, which I think there is a huge elephant in the room, but we're going to talk about it in a second. The competition, we were looking for the sell. I did close it here. The price went even lower. Now, what we see for Euro USD, that on the high time frame, the majority of the volumes is definitely above. So I do think it's mainly bearish. for euro, but I'm not sure that if it's ready to move yet, because it seems like we are ranging in the zone and the prices, I think we're gonna move. We see the move on NFP potentially. I don't think it's gonna bless us with a good move to the downside today, but let's see. Maybe perhaps. Also because of the holiday, right? I don't really expect it moving more than it already did today. What we see is that it did reach this range here, this volume, and it is right now dropping. I'm expecting it to drop lower towards this zone and then maybe find a buy for Euro USD for the current moment. But once again, it's risky because the higher outlook is still bearish for Euro. So I am not, I don't think that is a good idea to be entering it right now. Neither shorts, neither longs at the very moment where it is right now.
Yeah. I think that's one of the hardest things that traders are feeling right now is they want to see an opportunity. They want to see a trade. And it is one of the hardest things to do. I know personally that it's very, very hard to sit on your hands and do nothing. So yeah, it's a tricky one to kind of just say, right, no, this doesn't look good. I'm not gonna touch it, because it's natural that we want that dopamine, we want that adrenaline from opening up a trade. But as Kavika quite rightly says, patience is most definitely a virtue. So something worth bearing in mind. LJ saying we're in Fed blackout period currently. So market also trying to reverse anticipate updated Fed commentary with data funneling in and calmer market activity post tariff shock and political tangle. Quite right. And the trick with the Fed right now is they're kind of stuck in this difficult position where they can't be seen to be political, but Trump keeps pushing them and pushing them and pushing them to say lower your rates, lower your rates. If they do it, they're then seen as giving in to him. If they don't do it, he'll then use it against them to say that they're not doing a good job. And then next year, when Powell's term comes to an end, he'll then bring on his own preferred choice. So it's a very, very tricky one in terms of how how the Fed can respond, isn't it?
I think that's very interesting because, in fact, I think Trump is using Powell's, Powell firing Powell, and all of this is a manipulation more than reality, because Trump chose Powell himself in his first term. Secondly, as far as I'm concerned, right, as far as I know and I read about it, he's not planning to actually fire Powell, but rather using it to scare off people and to lose the strength in the dollar, which is his final goal at the end of the day. Now, we also can, the word intervention is also the way of manipulating the market and moving their consumer sentiment in the direction that you want. You don't really need to lower the rates or increase the rates. You don't really need to do something. You can say that you're going to do it, and that is already going to have a massive effect. So I'm not so sure that when Powell's term is going to come to an end, he's going to find someone else, because Powell has been doing quite a good job as the head of Fed for many years right now. And I think it would be too much of a shock for the world. And again, Trump chose Powell himself. I don't think right now he's going to change his mind. I think it's a way of manipulation together with tariffs, like how he pulled part of the tariffs off, the same way he's trying to manipulate the consumers' sentiment and the world in the direction that he wants, threatening to fire Powell.
Yeah. Do you think, how do you think, though, in terms of the position for Powell? Okay, Trump, we know he wants Powell to lower the rates, but by publicly pushing him and pressing him to lower rates makes it very difficult for Powell to do so. You see what I mean? Because he can. We all know that the Fed is meant to be independent. It's meant to be separate from government policy, etc. So what I'm saying is it makes it very, very difficult to independently manage the Fed policy when Trump very publicly and predominantly goes out and says, he's doing a bad job, he should be lowering rates, he's too slow, he's all these sorts of things. And so it kind of puts Powell in a very difficult situation, because on the one hand, yes, he may well want to lower rates given what's been going on, but by Trump making it publicly known that that's what he wants, whether Powell, as a matter of principle or not, whether he's going to be able to feel that he can do it or not, or whether he's going to be seen as bowing down to pressure from Trump, makes it very, very difficult. Boston Frank, you're absolutely right. Trump does not have the authority to fire Powell, but he's been testing that in the courts by getting rid of other independent supposed organization leaders. So it's something that he's pushing to test the boundaries on. But as things stand right now, it is against the law. As things stand, Powell himself has even said the president doesn't have the legal power to do that. And it looks like he'll be looking to see out his current term as Fed chair, which runs until this time next year. So we'll see how that one plays out.
I think we don't know a lot of things that are going on behind the closed doors, to be honest with you. We don't know the conversation that have been held there. We don't know if Trump is actually talking with Powell. Maybe it's a way, the contradiction between those two is also the way to, make people think in a certain way about US and about economy and about US dollar. So I'm not quite sure that we can make a conclusion about what is going to happen with Powell just yet. Because he might be coming out and saying that Powell is doing the bad job, but behind the closed doors, they might be agreed already a long time ago what is going to happen with rates.
Exactly.
I don't think we need to be focused on what is going to happen. I feel like we need to wait until the next interest rate decision and then see. Because in the end of the day, Fed makes interest rate decisions based on inflation as well. The high inflation is not in the favor of Trump neither, because the high inflation will require high rates, and it's going to put the US dollar higher, not lower. So he cannot lower the rates right now, and I'm pretty sure Trump well knows it, unless he completely lost his mind, which is also possible.
Who knows? Who knows? As you say, anything could be happening behind closed doors. And Boston Frank, you're absolutely right. It's not Powell that single-handedly decides the lowering of the rates, but let's bear in mind that Powell is the chair and is therefore representative, I would suspect, of Fed policy and Fed sentiment. Now, obviously, that's why FOMC minutes carry such a lot of weight as well, because they might give some indication of maybe some disagreement amongst the Fed panel, but the representation of the Fed comes through Powell, which still carries a lot of weight. There is one thing that we do need to really, really say thank you to you guys for, which is we have today reached 65,000 subscribers on the 5ers live stream, or the 5ers channel, which is incredible. So we want to thank you all very much for following us, for tuning in to these live streams every day. It's it's for you guys that we're doing this, so we're really, really grateful to have you all with us. We will be doing a celebratory giveaway and some prizes next week, so make sure to like and subscribe if you haven't already done so, to get notifications. Make sure you click that little bell to make sure you get the notifications of when we're going live, and also any other events and things like that we're doing, so that you don't miss out. But stay tuned, keep an eye out on your emails, and keep an eye out on the YouTube channel for what we've got planned for next week, for some celebrations to commemorate us reaching 65,000 subscribers. Let me just have a look and see what else have we got happening in the chat, because I know Jonathan was very, very excited about this this milestone. It is it's quite an interesting one. Where was it? Somebody said Akram says, Alex, you still live on. Quite right. It's a nice commemoration for Alex, for us to hit 65,000, just as Alex moves on to new ventures. But yeah, there'll be lots coming on later on this afternoon, or later on this morning, in fact, if you're in the UK. we will have our weekly podcast session, the ABL session. Alex may even join us for that. He teased me yesterday to say he might even join us for that today. So we'll see. But we will have Rich and Victor joining us. There is no Jonatan today. For those of you wondering where Jonatan is, he is spending the day with his family. So he is enjoying Labor Day with the kids and with his partner. So we won't have him today, but Victor and Pedro will be with us later on this afternoon as well. So make sure you stick around for that. Euro USD was what we were looking at earlier. Was there anything else that's caught your eye, Anastasiia, when you've been looking at the charts in terms of the assets? I mean, we've generally said that the bearish sentiment against these seems still pretty strong. What's taking your eye in terms of the assets on the market? I mean, have you seen anything a little bit, let's say, unusual or maybe a little bit more exotic than what we normally look at that might be moving things or showing us an opportunity?
No, I don't trade more exotic things, unfortunately. Unfortunately, there was a time before when I was trading Mexican peso. Like that moves, that thing.
There you go.
Fast, but there was such huge spreads on this, like
Yeah,
giant. But
yeah.
it really does move nice. Yeah.
We've got Kev asking us what crypto coins do we offer. So Kev, with the The5ers, you can currently trade both Bitcoin and Ethereum. So those are available to trade. However, what I would say is that the spreads aren't great. Right, I'm not going to lie. The spreads aren't great. You know, Bitcoin and Ethereum are offered because it was such a big request from traders. But the conditions to trade crypto with us isn't ideal right now. I would say you can certainly take a look at it, but yeah, just bear that in mind. It's not optimum, shall we say? So yeah.
Mike, I have a question to you.
Go for it.
What happened during yesterday's competition?
Oh.
We didn't get results. Like you guys, you and Alex just disappeared.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I discussed it in the ABL stream this morning. Frankly, I didn't take it seriously enough. And I was trying to juggle looking at the charts and also working on actually something for our live streams. So trying to pull in kind of live trading account data onto the screen for everyone to see as part of our live streams. So I was working on that, trying to live stream, trying to trade, and if I'm being brutally honest, I just didn't give it the attention and the focus that it needed. So I lost a bunch of money on gold, then I lost a bunch of money on something else, and then I think it was CAD CHF or something else. And I wasn't taking it seriously. I think I was doing it more for entertainment purposes, thinking, oh, okay, let's see what we can do. Went full margin far too many times, and yeah, let's just say I probably lost a bootcamp account in the quickest time possible. So yeah, but it's a lesson, to everyone to, if you're going to trade and you are serious about it, you've got to take it seriously. And it's something for me to take away and make sure that if I am trading, and I'm trading seriously, and I'm serious about the results of that trading, it needs my full attention rather than jumping in and out of things, which is what I was doing, if I'm honest. So but I take it on the chin, and yeah, good news is that I'm getting closer to our live streaming kind of overlay feed of our live accounts, which is very exciting.
That's amazing. This is going to be great. And to be honest with you, I think it's a balance with these competitions. You can't take it too seriously neither, because otherwise you're going to be waiting for such a long time for your setup. If you take it seriously, it's not the type of trading that you're going to enter the trade every other minute just to make sure that by the end of the hour, specifically, you're going to make as much money as possible, right? This goes completely opposite to taking actual trading seriously. So competition is a competition. It's made for fun for the audience, right? We love it.
Exactly.
We make a good laugh, but just for everyone who's watching us, it's obviously not how you trade daily, right? That's not how you give yourself a milestone. Let me make such an amount of money. This is X percentage up until this amount, this hour, today's day. The chances are you're gonna just blow it. It is what it is.
Yeah, exactly. And you hit the nail on the head, and actually it goes contrary to what I was saying earlier about, we've got to wait for a trade, we've got to wait for an opportunity to come along before we really go in. Yesterday my trading was really right. Let me have a quick look at the chart. Yeah, okay, that looks like a long. Okay, let's place a long, and not giving it much further thought than that. Which obviously is not a great way to trade, unless you're very, very, very good at that. But yeah, that's just the way that it goes. So it's not that my finest hour, but I've had many of my unfinest hours, so it doesn't bother me too much. So we move on, and we try again today. So let's see. We've got somebody saying, Chris saying, I won a 20k boot camp in the last giveaway. If gold goes up, that will be the 5k stage 1 completed. Congratulations, Chris. Gold going up. I'm not sure what time frame you're looking at the moment. On the 4 hour, doesn't look like it's going to be respecting it. But we'll see. It's still ranging. It still hasn't really done much. So it still hasn't broken past this support level. Ideally for longs, you want to see this support respected, so we'll see how that one plays out. But to get to that point already, Chris, is a great achievement, so congratulations, and keep us posted on how you're getting on. So yeah, I've realized that chat has kind of gone a little bit crazy since we said about the 65k subscribers, so I just want to make sure we haven't missed anyone. But hopefully we haven't. Febin says Trump reminds of a kid who liked to poke in all the birds' nests. He just sees what he causes. Yeah, it's not a bad way of looking at it. That's an interesting way. And LJ was saying earlier, I think also a forward signal to who he chooses next, being that it helps to weed out those who aren't willing to play Trump ball, and those who are willing shall start putting their head forward. Also a very good point. As LJ says, right now is almost a period for Trump to sound out, right, who is going to be the next best person to be the Fed chair. Is somebody like Scott Bessent, who I could certainly see positioning himself as loyal to Trump, very calm, very measured. Maybe maybe that's one of the things that he's trying to do, is trying to position himself for that position when the time comes next year. So yeah. And we've got Priyank saying, I just passed 5k phase 2 challenge. Thanks, The5ers. Excellent stuff. Congratulations, Priyank. You now get to sit back, relax, and enjoy the glory of passing that phase 2. So it will probably take a couple of days for the risk team to activate that for you. Once they do, lower your risk and make sure you get that payout. Don't do what I've done on my 5 or 6 times of getting funded and don't actually get that payout. There is nothing worse than that feeling. So yeah, good luck with that. Okay.
Filled.
Pound. Ooh, I'm getting a lot of suddenly getting a lot of feedback from you, Anastasiia. Let's have a look at pound Aussie dollar. Pound Aussie dollar has finally reached that point that I was talking about earlier. It's reached that 61.8, and it's actually forming a pretty nice top on the 5 minute. So could be potential opportunity for sells coming in. Not saying it's certain, but certainly looks like a semi-decent opportunity. Let's have a look on my MT5 as well. Where do we look? Yeah, looks like a nice opportunity on the 5 minute. If I was to take that, my usual would be to have a very tight stop loss. Those of you who know how I trade know that I like a very tight stop. So yeah, certainly a nice opportunity. On the 1 hour though, we do have to be careful because we have this level here. So I really want to see us kind of reject that liquidity level on the 1 hour as that inside bar. So if we can do that, then it certainly looks like a good opportunity for sells, and we'll leave that level behind for later. So 5 minutes not closing massively convincingly. This bearish engulfing wasn't respected and we broke past it, but that doesn't mean that we can't now push back on this one. We'll wait and see. But we've reached that 61.80 level. Just need to wait and see how it plays out from here. There are other areas of liquidity up here as well, for example, on the 11 minute. So something just to be careful of. But pound Aussie, yes, there could be a sell opportunity. As I said earlier, this was a massive impulsive move, and so certainly looking for sell opportunities wouldn't be a bad shout. Just got to wait for the right setup to present itself. So let's see. That's our high at the moment. If we break that high, then certainly sells are not ready. Doesn't look like it's going to hold though. Let's see. I think it's going to break past it. Yeah, there we go. And there it goes. And it's taken that one as well. So we may start to see something in this area. The reason I say that is because we have this area on the 11 minute, I think it was, that I marked out, this wick in here. So still an interesting area, still something worth keeping an eye on. Need to keep an eye on it on the 1 minute, but it's tapped into this area, and wait and see if we get a nice reaction on there. Unfortunately, there just isn't that much movement at the moment. And I think that is partly due to the fact that the markets are waiting for the news to come out later. What do you think, Anastasiia? Can you see any sells coming in?
I'm talking and I'm muted anyway.
Oh,
the level I'm looking at is a little bit higher, so approximately at 208,960 level. This is where I would, and 50 level. This is where I would be looking for a sell for GBP AUD if I would to enter this. I don't trade this asset. I trade major currencies, but this is the level that I see the price might reverse from. So I think we are still going higher, to be honest with you. Based on the volume, there is a little bit of the high of volume node, but the majority of this is higher. And we just broke this whole zone here. So I think we are going to the next one now, to the next volume zone, which is higher than for approximately another 30 pips, 20 pips for GBP AUD.
Yeah, certainly looks like an interesting area at the moment. You've got 968. I'm 8968. 89. Yeah, I'm not sure it will go that high. Just an area that I've got marked out on mine. But yeah, waiting to see how it plays out. For me, it's a question of just seeing it take major liquidity, and then set up a nice formation within a key area of interest. So we'll see how that plays out on the 1 minute. I'm going to keep that open on my chart. But let's see, what else do we have happening at the moment on the daily chart right now? We're still just seeing Japanese yen showing a lot of weakness, and the US dollar gaining some more and more strength. Okay, but pound USD, they're both showing some strength. The euro USD, they're both showing strength, so they could be canceling each other out. So we've got to be careful of trying to catch any moves with regards to that. But dollar USD showing a lot of divergence today, which we can see on here. So certainly I would be looking still for longs, most likely, if we can get price to come further down here. It's come partly down, and it's reacted off essentially this structure here, and is now pushing back up. But I would still expect us to push further down still for that. Yasin saying, Mike, for pound Aussie, a sell setup in my system is only valid if the price closes below 2.08470. There you go, guys. From Yasin from the The5ers himself saying the sells coming in if we close below 28470. So we'll see how that one plays out. 28470. Let me just mark that out on the chart. 284.
The previous lows. Yeah, those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I wouldn't disagree with you, Yasin. It's really just a question of what you're trading and what your setup is. So my trading setup is generally to look for us to go into an area of interest, take out an area, a level of major liquidity, or reject from it, and say, right, we're going to leave this for later, and look for a setup as low as the 1 minute, and just looking for a reaction on the 1 minute, reacting from zones of interest. So that's really kind of my my approach to it. So yeah. If you look at the monthly candle, let's look at the monthly candle. Yep. We're bearing in mind we're at the beginning of the month. Probably going to fill last month's wick. It could do, but again, the thing is, Kavika, is we don't know when it's going to do that. We're on the first day of May, so a lot can happen between now and then. So day one of the month, it doesn't necessarily have to fill that wick straight away. So we'll see. If we go to the 1 minute right now, I think it is forming something of a semi-decent structure. Let's see. Ideally, I want to see it take this level here and tap into this zone. So it is slowly pushing a bit further up. So it'd be good to see. Yeah, exactly. I understand that, Kavika. You can only go with what you can see, right? And we all see the charts in our own different ways. Mark is saying, Mike and Anna, do you have pairs you love and hate trading at the same time? Absolutely. Anastasiia, but you go first, please.
I don't know, Mike. I don't have it, to be honest with you.
You don't have an asset that you love and hate at the same time?
Not really, no. If I hate this asset, I just don't trade it. Like, I've really had this relationship with gold for a long time. I'm like, I was going to say, every time I was entering in, I'm like, why did I even do this? But to be honest with you, it depends on the market period. Like, sometimes I like trading gold and it's going really well, like for the past couple of weeks. And, I don't trade oil, for example. Although I really love oil, normally I traded it for the whole past year, the year before that. Now I don't trade it at all. I don't touch it. I don't even look at it during the day, because I see that for how it moves now, it doesn't just fit me. I don't want to be in this kind of situations in the market. So if I just see the price starts reacting differently than before, and I have difficulties entering good positions on this asset, I just put it away for a while until I see like, okay, it's back normal for my perception of normal, and then I get back into it. Maybe gold, gold, silver, I would say, maybe somewhere this, but I don't know if it's just a strong word for gold. Even for gold, it's a strong word for me.
Well, talking of gold, I was going to say gold is that love-hate relationship, I think, for me. But talking of gold is breaking new lows from this morning. So we had this low from this morning at 5:30 London time. We have broken past that level and we're going lower. So it hasn't come as low as I thought it was going to. It's kind of just held itself for a little while and then pushed further down. So that break and retest probably isn't going to happen, at least not for the time being, for sure, because we're breaking newer lows on there. Doesn't mean that we won't be coming back up, but have to wait and see for a new opportunity potentially on gold.
This is really interesting question. I was just looking at it.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how. I'm just going to call you TradingView because I don't know how to say your name. But TradingView, I have a strategy: 47% win rate, 2.3% AR, simple tested since 2015 to 2025 data. But I find myself breaking the rules because of fundamental analysis. Like, what do you know? Which I enjoy it. How I can manage this conflict. So in other words, you're getting distracted by the sounds of it from noise, let's say, from could even be Trump noise, potentially, or other news and things like that. I mean, what I know you want to say something on that, Anastasiia.
Yeah, 100%. I love backtesting. I love like the data. If you find it, you have the strong cold data that gives you the results. I love it. I think if you backtest and you find something working, you should just stick with it. If your backtesting didn't include fundamental analysis and looking at news at all, not even looking at which news are going to come out today, then you shouldn't be doing it when you are applying the strategy. You should be doing only the things that your strategy was tested upon when giving you profitable results. No adding something, no taking anything away. Just do this. If you want to add something, like if I have a strategy and I have a system that I tested and I want to add something without damaging it, I need to test it first. How would my results look for the past week, month, 3 months, if I would add this one variable? Because if I don't test it, essentially I'm playing blind, right? I don't know which results I can expect. I don't know how it's going to come out. I don't know if it's going to make it better or if it's completely going to ruin the whole system that I've built up. So first we need to test it and see if it actually makes sense, and only then applying this extra variable, extra confirmation to our trading. The same with fundamental analysis, the same with like technical indicators. You know, sometimes someone looks in something interesting technically, you know, like, oh, okay, I love it. I'm going to add it to my trading system. But it doesn't mean that, for example, now I'm looking for a buy on something. Mike, you can be looking on this for a sell on this specific asset. It doesn't mean that one of us is wrong. I can be looking for a longer term. You can be looking for a shorter term. One of us can hit stop loss, but both of us, you know, in the longer term can be profitable because the system just has certain flaws, and sometimes we have stop losses, which doesn't mean I shouldn't be taking the trade because it is within my system. I can still take it and I can still accept that this is one of this, you know, some percentage of the losses that I'm including in my system, and I know it's going to be profitable in the end. So long story short, I think managing the conflict is just making sure that you stick only with the things that you tested. It's also makes it easier for you, right? You tested it, you know what to do, and you are not like disfocusing, you know, trying to find all of this extra confirmation. No, just simple, take profit, stop loss, moving on to the next trade.
Yeah, exactly that. And I think, you know, knowing your strategy, knowing how you trade is key.
Yeah.
I feel as though it's very, very easy to say these things. It's a lot harder to do it, right? And I know that my own self, you know, from my own experience, that to try and keep to those things is a lot harder because we get distracted by everything around us, right? We get distracted by our phones, we get distracted by social media, we get distracted by live streams on YouTube talking about trading, right? We get, you know, and we get influenced by these things, right? You know, trading's quite a lonely thing, but, you know, in a way, when you're doing it on your own, you can stop other noise from getting in your way. But at the same time, you can then also become, you know, paralyzed, you know, analysis paralysis, right? Yeah. So I don't think, to the original poster's question, I don't think there's one thing that you can do to manage that conflict. I think it really depends on your personality. If you need, for example, somebody to help you stay accountable, to help you stick to your trading plan, for example, whether it be a mentor, whether it just be a trading buddy or an accountability buddy, there's loads of different things that that can help you with that, to help you kind of keep on track. One of the things that I did last year that did work for me, and if I'm honest, I probably should go back to, is I printed out a checklist, like a physical printout on a checklist of saying, these are the things that add up to give me my confirmations. So it would be higher time frame confluence, higher, lower time frame confluence, liquidity taken, etc., etc., etc. Right? And it was a culmination of the various different confluences that give me my setups, and the more I had, the better the chances of that trade working out. So I physically had that piece of paper. In fact, I thought I had some still, but I don't. It was literally just a small like A5 piece of paper, printed out, and I just had it on my desk. And when I was ready to trade, I had to force myself to write it down on that piece of paper. So in a way, it was a form of journaling. But what it did was, it wasn't just sitting on the computer going and journaling onto another computer, right? It was physically slowing me down because I had to write it down with a pen. It kind of switched my brain, and it made a massive difference. Now, because I'm doing too many different things all at the same time, that particular part of my trading fell to the wayside. But it is something that helped, and that's maybe something to worth trying. Otherwise, TradingView, the only thing I can say to you is head on over to the AlphaBeta lab. I'll stick the link on the screen for you. And there are loads of people in there with loads of ideas and support tips and so on and so forth, to give you ideas as to how you can manage your trading. It's completely for free. You don't have to pay a penny to join us. Yeah, that may well give you a lot of kind of support and ideas and help that you may want to give a try and see if that can help you. On that note, let's have a little bit of a look at a teaser about ABL. It is like, it's so funny. You guys can't see it, but when those things play, Anastasiia and I on the StreamYard platform, there's like a little icon of our video streams, and all you could see, the two of us was like. So yeah. Carlos, I wish I knew. I need to ask the guys. They're on holiday at the moment, but the guy who built that, created that intro for us, I need to ask him when he comes back from his holiday. So yeah. Just keep an eye on chat. I think we've not missed anything too much. But yeah, I mean, hopefully that answers your question, TradingView. Do join us on the AlphaBeta lab, and I'm sure the guys there will help you as well. If you want to know what it looks like, this is what it looks like here. You can jump in, and we have got a welcome to start. We've got lab lounge, day traders desk, and we've got community contribution channels as well. So for you, you might find something really useful in the body and mind section. So go in there, have a look. We have now reached 911 members. We are very, very eager to get to 1,000, and hopefully we can start to do some giveaways as well when we start hitting some of those bigger milestones as well. So do join us. We'd love to see you in there. Pound Aussie is starting to sell, and it's come into this area, and I'm tempted to get in. I'm tempted, but I want to see A, if we break this low, and B, whether they're going to retest this wick. I feel as though I want to see this wick retested first to be absolutely sure, before really committing myself to it. But it does look like a very nice area for a reaction. It's right in that sweet spot. So let's see if we can get a reaction in this wick area here. That would be a top entry for me. And what would the entry look like? It would be most likely something like this. I would determine that as the new high. Therefore, that's our new resistance, and taking it down. And how far it goes, I don't know, but taking it down and seeing how far it would lead us, that would be the trade I'm looking at to take at the moment if we get that far. The thing that works in our favor right now is that we do have this candle here having opened up as a wickless candle. So there's no wick on there. So there's already liquidity higher up on that area, major liquidity. So there's still reason for it to come back and at least take that area, as well as this one, which was also wickless as well. So the reason a wickless candle for me is major liquidity is because price shot up at that moment, exactly when that candle opened. So it hasn't kind of equalized itself at that level. So that's why.
I was just about to ask what are your confirmations for GBP AUD, and you already saw that.
Well, we'll see. I mean, it's not one that's ready for yet, I don't think. But like, for example, Yasin saying that, he wouldn't be selling it until we get down to here. For me, I'd be looking at getting in to sell it down to there potentially, and then beyond. If we looked at that trade, that would be a nice 10R, just purely on that. So it's not something that I can say always works, but if you do low risk, high reward, you can still get very, very good profit from these, and you don't need to be right as often as you do with, say, a 1-to-1R or a negative risk to reward, as an example. So
I don't know. It still holds the lows though. It's still on the 1 minute time frame. It still didn't show any break of structure, and although we started dropping pretty aggressively, it only came back to the previous low, which was the previous level of buyers, and still holding it. So I think buyers are still in there and might still hold the level. So yeah, I agree with you that it might come back at least to the previous week, which is trying to do already now.
Exactly that. Gold is still going further. So gold is pushing lower, and looks like it's coming down for the 320 mark already. Again, we'll see how that plays out over the course of the year. But gold, it looks like that sell really just wasn't going to wait for us, and wasn't going to give us an opportunity higher up. So gold is selling off beyond the lows that were created previously, which I had marked out here.
I had to buy on gold earlier, but I did close it when it started breaking to the downside. So I've got my losses already. But I am still waiting for, well, I'm looking at the futures chart, so it's a little different. I'm looking at 32.25 to be hit, which is $1.50 below the current level still. And then still I see the possibility of reversal, which I'm going to see the reaction first and then take my conclusion.
Yeah. Pound Aussie is teasing me now. It's literally teasing me, because what it's done is it hasn't taken that level yet. You can just see that on my screen. There is a tiny, tiny gap, which suggests that it will still take that area. And I just want to see what it's going to do in this area. If we can get a really nice reaction in here, then that might be the chance to get in. It might already be going, but I don't think so, because if we look at it, we'll see. This is where I've got to be really careful of the FOMO. Not get in too soon and wait for the confirmation setup. See, we've got that long wick on the upside now. We could end up just creating an inside bar, so we have major liquidity either side to target, and then we take the higher one and then push down. But let's see. This is where I should be trading. This is how I should be trading, is that I'm sitting there, I'm watching it, I'm analyzing it, and I'm not jumping in like a crazy buffoon thinking buy, sell, and entertainment, right? So this is probably incredibly boring for you guys, but on the flip side, this is how I know that I can secure big profits on trades, is when I take this kind of measured, careful approach to things. There we go. It's taken that level. So now what I really want to see is a strong wick rejection on that 1 minute candle to suggest that the sellers are coming in. So let's see how that one plays out on the 1 minute. and whether it's going to hold or whether it's going to blow past it. If it's going to blow past it, then it's not ready, and I'll leave it. But that's the trade idea at the moment. Looks like we could get the reaction I'm looking for. I'm going to wait for the candle to close because I know from experience that these things can be quite tricky, and it will pump up at the last minute of the candle or the last few seconds. But it does look good for sells. So I'm in on that one. We'll see how far it goes. Risking 0.5%.
And your stop loss is where you have it marked up.
Yep, exactly. So as somebody said, the spread isn't great on these. It's not like an EU, but yeah, it's what, a 0.47 lots on a hypergrowth 5K. So we'll see how that one plays out. Nice wick rejection. It may not hold, but you don't make money trading by sitting on your hands the whole time. When you see a setup, you've got to take it and try it. So we'll see how that holds up on this one. Let's see. 7 minute. That's a very, very nice wick. 7 minute. If we keep pushing down, will be a great confirmation for this. But let's see. Possibly not ready. I may have gotten in too early on this one, but we'll see. Yeah, the 1 minute didn't close with a particularly strong rejection. So we may not be ready yet, but that's okay. I'll keep an eye on it on the 1 minute and see if we get that rejection or not. If we do get it on the 7 minute, if we push down on the 7 minute, then I'll be comfortable that we're going to see at least some selling, probably down to this area here, to certainly take some lows around this area, and I might just take those profits as a compromise, let's say. But certainly I can see a lot of liquidity further low that price would want to come and take. So let's see. Just catching up with chat. Buys on GU. Who let the dog out? I believe that's Anastasia's dog, Carol. If you join us on a regular basis, you will have even met Anastasia's dog. So yeah. GU GU buys, yeah, it's coming into a nice area right now that I've marked out previously. It is not quite there yet, I would say. If we take it out to the 15 minute, on the 15 minute, I think it was Anastasiia who said it hasn't broken necessarily this structure here, this high here, but it has come up to this level, which I can't remember if it did break it or not, which it didn't, I don't believe. No. So I would be cautious about that one. I mean, you could argue that it's broken this internal structure. So would you maybe look for a buy on something like this, let's say? That's maybe a nice opportunity for buys, but I wouldn't say yet.
I'm still holding the buys on GU. I'm a little bit in a drawdown now, but I do see it still potentially coming further up. So I'm still holding it. But if it continues to go down, if it's going to break the level that you just marked up, the zone that I'm going to get out. Yeah.
Pound Aussie not looking great on the 1 minute. I won't lie. I'm just waiting to see if we can push down a little bit further, and I'll probably close this trade because I have a feeling that it's not quite ready yet for sellers. So let's see. At the moment, though, it is not looking. It may just come in and retest this with another wick, which would be ideal, and then it gives me an added confirmation for sells. But right now, it's kind of just consolidating a little bit, which is not really what I want to see. So we'll see how this one plays out. gold down to 211, 213. Yeah, certainly can see that coming. I think I have it marked down on my chart as 211, even 207 or 201. There's plenty of liquidity further down. So lots of levels for it to target further down. Not quite getting this push on pound Aussie at the moment. I'd like to see. It's kind of a little bit. I don't know. It's just not got the movement I'd like to see. I'd like to see a stronger push on this. I've still got the trade open until I see. If I see a wick in here and push down, then I'll be happy. If I see price come down here into this area and react with a wick, then that's a signal for me to get out. So we'll see. Diogo, was the downtrend on gold expected? Some would say yes, some would say no. There's there was no way that gold was going to continue to go up forever, right? Gold had to pull back at some point.
If you joined yesterday's live stream, we talked about this whole drop from yesterday till today. It was we analyzed it. It was shared. So, in certain way expected. Are you talking about the all-time highs and the drop from there? I mean, no one can see it coming, right? Cannot predict it. You just react to what is already happening. Yeah, GBP really seems like it's stuck there.
It is, isn't it? It's just a little bit sticky. Yeah. I like the candle formation that we have got here, and that's a nice reaction on the 1 minute. We can keep pushing down with a nice engulfing candle on the 1 minute, then I'm confident to hold this sell on pound Aussie. But I do need to see more conviction from it, because that 7 minute candle didn't close particularly strongly to the downside. So yeah, it's not ideal. It's not ideal, but let's see. We are in an interesting area. So I just want to see how it plays out on the 1 minute. So it might just be a smaller take profit target than what I would usually go for, and that's okay. If that's what it needs to be, it needs to be. So we'll see. Yeah, that wasn't what I wanted to see, but again, just have to wait and see how the candles close. Sometimes on the 1 minute, I can get caught out thinking, oh, it's pumping up, and then all of a sudden, the last 20 seconds or even the last 5 seconds of a 1 minute candle, it completely changes direction and flies up. The mental games that we play with ourselves when trading can be very, very difficult. So yeah. Anastasiia, do you want to pull up USD CAD for us and give us your thoughts on that one? I see Akash asking about that.
Yeah, so USD CAD, I was looking at it because I saw a couple of questions already. So it is in a strong downtrend. I wouldn't be expecting it to go up anytime soon. We see on the daily time frame that we are getting back into this range. I would expect it to go even further into the same range, because if you go and see on the 2-hour time frame here, that majority of the volume is above the price. We had this consolidation. The price tried to go up. We had a huge candle, strong candles to the upside, and it still failed. So we still had a collapse down. The price this was the last week, created the weekly point of control and dropped below it. Then we retested this point of control, and we see that the price has been still trying to go up, and it failed again. So we can say that was a head and shoulders pattern. Well, very tricky one, consolidating one, consists of three different consolidations. But the consolidation is accumulation of volume, and the only things that we had here is flat, right? The range and movement. So this move here is one of my zones for selling USD CAD. And someone was really insistently asking about my entry techniques earlier on the stream. I mean, I share it every single call, every single stream that we did. Obviously, I can't share it all because that would take us a very long time sitting here live together. But one of my entry techniques and one of the setups that I look at is the range. So we had the previous range. What I do is I take my volume profile on TradingView and I put it over the range. And I find the value area and the point of control of this range. So the majority of the volume, now let's remove this zone here, is traded from here, which is the USD cut 38,270 to 38,510 zone. This is the majority of the volume for USD cut, and I'm expecting if the price comes a little higher to take some sells, to get a confirmation and take a sell for the continuation for a drop for USD cut. We see that it's very consolidative, so it might be tricky. It might get stuck here again. It might be consolidating here again. So this is not a really good price action and the situation that I prefer to trade, because I would prefer if the price takes my entry, goes to TP, or at least to stop loss, but not hanging there. And we see that USD CAD has been quite consolidated lately. So, but this is a zone I'm looking for a sell. And as long as we hold below 38,640, which is points of control of previous weeks, and the point of control of this whole range, the majority of the volume, then I'm going to be below this. I'm going to be still short on USD CAD. I'm going to be biased on the continuation for the downside. So that is USD CAD. Akash?
I am out on that pound Aussie. So price, I actually closed it a little bit early before it came to my complete stop loss. The reason being is that we had this engulfing candle here forming on the 1 minute. As soon as I saw that forming, I pretty much basically closed it at the tip of this wick here. So yeah, not the time ready to sell off. It probably will sell off now, much like that NASDAQ trade that I had last time that has gone down in infamy, that everyone remembers. But we'll see. I'll see if I can spot another entry, then I'll take another entry. But for now, we're out of that pound Aussie for the time being.
I feel like NASDAQ was a traumatic experience.
That was a viral moment that I didn't really want to be known for, but yes, it was one that even my wife, when I showed it to her, she said, "Oh my God, how did you manage to do that?" I said, "Don't ask. It's best not to ask." So yeah, but these things happen in trading. These things happen. So if I can provide great content ideas, then so be it. So be it. But yeah, so that's where we are on pound Aussie. It may well set off now because of the fact that we started in that manner. So where we had that 1 hour candle didn't really wick off, we could actually now start to see us push down a little bit. So it's not a completely dead trade idea. It's just my entry wasn't right. So yeah. I know you say you don't normally trade oil these days, Anastasiia, but Henry is asking your views on Brent crude, whether we might see a reversal at the unmitigated 4-hour, 1 hour order block.
If I trade crude. I don't trade Brent, but let's have a look at it. I never trade Brent, actually. Let's see. And I might not even be able to pull up my whole system for trading because it's not going to load for UK oil. I don't think they provide even the quotes for this one. But let's have a look at this. No, it is loading. Great. So, well, it is definitely crushing, and the same has happened with US oil for a while for the crude oil. And the reason for this is one of the reasons is Trump, of course, himself. The other reason is OPEC increased their production of oil. And they agreed to expand the supply of oil as well, which is obviously sending the price downwards. We see here that the price has reached this consolidation, but we did reach it several times already, and the price is trying to definitely strongly pull through it. I would expect it to continue downside, because on the weekly time frame we see that it did try to close higher. It consolidated here, so the buyers were, this was a balance between buyers and sellers. So like, okay, the fair price, and then where do we go next? And market was waiting for some decision concerning the oil prices. And we see that after this consolidation, after the try to push higher already, the sellers still stepped in and are trying to push the price now even lower. So my overview would be strongly bearish on the UK oil, and the entries I would be looking at as the previous ranges, which I don't think even it might not come back there anymore. This zone here would be my sell zones for UK oil. The reason for this is a point of control that has moved here. Well, it's the beginning of the month, but it did move lower, which means that a lot of trades were executed here, and the price started collapsing afterwards, which means that majority of those were sells. So this is a major sell zone. This is the area where big sellers were adding to their positions. And if the price would pull here, I would consider this as an entry point. I think that we might not see it, because looking at the price behavior before, the price action didn't show any pullbacks, at least not such big pullbacks. So there is another way of thinking that, okay, the price is going to get stuck again, some consolidation like this one or this one is going to happen. And then on the break of this consolidation, I would also enter the trade. And this is actually the very good example of how your system can be adjusted to the asset that you trade. Because normally I always wait for the price to pull back. So I wait for consolidation to happen. I wait for the exit. I want to wait to pull back. And then I check for the entry. Now for this price behavior, and we see for the price action of UK oil, we see that the price does not give the pullback. It barely ever does a pullback for the past, some time already. So in this case, we see that the price exits the consolidation and goes, exits consolidation and goes. So I would wait for some consolidation, exit from consolidation, and then would sell it by market on the break.
I am in another sell on pound Aussie.
Okay, so
another 1 minute setup in profit this time. So that high that took out the previous trade came up. We then had this lovely engulfing candle form on the 1 minute. Didn't take the high here, and so now hoping to see us break further down. So we'll see how that one plays out. Potentially a better trade than the one earlier, because obviously we're getting in at a higher price. So it could be a 13R if we come down to that level that Yasin was talking about, which is a valid level. But all in all, there's all of this move up here that could still be played out. So we'll see how that one comes to play out on pound Aussie.
Let's see.
Guys, we have got just over 10 minutes left of this segment of the live stream. Coming up soon, we have got the AlphaBeta Lab takeover, the weekly podcast. So I am hoping that we will have Alex as a special guest for us, joining us for that particular segment. We will also have Rich and Victor joining us as well. Possibly even LJ. Anastasiia, are you around this week to join us, or are you celebrating non-Labor Day?
No, I have other things to do actually today. I have another webinar coming up, so I will have to jump off in a couple of minutes. But I'm going to be very excited to join another time for the podcast.
We're looking forward to having you join us for the ABL podcast. Those of you that don't know about AlphaBeta Lab, then make sure you're joining as well. Anastasiia is part of our community there and providing some great insights and some great content to that as well. So make sure you check that out. She is also sharing her 500 to 1 million journey.
Like for 1 million, but it is at a stop for a moment being. I'm not managing to do it all. So
no, I know. Well, you're far too busy. You're far too busy, much like me, doing so many different things all at once. So it doesn't surprise me. But Anastasiia is part of our community there. We've got loads of others providing great insights and great content, the likes of Henry and many others. Akram is in there right now, absolutely killing it. So do come and join us on the AlphaBeta Lab if you haven't already seen or joined us. We would love to have you in there. Currently, we are at still 911 members, but let's see if we can refresh that page. Maybe we've got some more. Yeah, we have. We've got now 914. So I think we can do a little bit better than that. 3 more members. Go to the link on your screen right now, guys. Go to the alphabetalab.com. Come and join us. It's completely for free. And we are, we're building a community-led education platform by traders for traders. So we'd love to see you in there. We've got big plans for this platform over the course of the coming months and years ahead. So do take the time to come and join us and be part of this journey as we just get started. Great stuff. Anastasiia, we're going into the last 10 minutes of our segment. Anything that you want to take a look at in that last section? Anything that you think the guys should be looking at, given that we've got NFP tomorrow?
Absolutely. Well, for NFP tomorrow, I don't trade. I think it's a good idea to just stay away and to just take some time for yourself and take a little bit of a longer weekend before the market. I don't think trading in NFP, especially in the current realities, is going to give any profits on any. There's going to be a accidental profits, but that's not going to be by the system most likely. Now, GBP USD is actually very interesting. You are in the sell on GBP AUD, and I'm in a buy on GBP USD, and they're both going well right now. So this is some finally did pull back. So I just want to give it a quick update. We did reach this previous point of control of the day, and the price strongly pulled back higher. So we are right now above the point of control of the day, above this level as well, another volume, and I'm waiting for it to reach at least 33,570 in the next couple of hours. And if you guys are also looking for GBP USD, I would watch out for these highs. If the price reaches this highs, there might be a pullback back to the downside. So I'm going to be looking out for GBP USD when it comes here. And if it's going to have the rejection, I'm going to be closing it manually as well. So that's for GU. And I know you guys are asking about gold. So I did close gold earlier because it started to reverse to the downside again. I was looking at the level 32.25 still to maybe buy gold, but we didn't see any reaction neither for this level. So my current outlook is mostly bearish. And the next level where I would be looking for a buy for gold is here, which is 31.45/31.35 zone. This is the next high volume node for gold. Maybe also 31.60 level, which we also might see the rejection from. Now, I'm not still selling it, but if it's going to go further and going to create some space between this zone here and the price, I might sell it on the small pullback. So if it's going to give us a drop and then the small pullback, I might still even consider sells for gold later for today. So that's for everyone who was asking about GU and gold.
I did see, as Anastasiia, I know it's one that you've looked at in the past. Somebody earlier on, apologies, whoever that was, who was asking about silver. I know that's one that you've kind of, it's not a key kind of asset of your basket, let's say, but I know it is one that you keep an eye on.
Yeah, I do keep an eye on it, and I trade it really frequently. Right now, it is definitely bearish, which also gives us a bearish outlook for gold because they are not 100% but correlated, and one sometimes goes in front of another. So we see that for silver specifically, we had the level that the price was holding 32,600. We had the rejection here, here, and here for silver, and then it dropped past it. It had the rejection from another side. Now, right now, we have the level 32,330, which is also the level of volume, which the price has also rejected so far. So I think for silver is actually a very good level to potentially look for some sells. If I would be entering sell for silver right now, then I'd be placing my stop loss above the previous highs here and looking for that drop all the way until these zones here. So this whole situation, that this whole accumulation of volume that was happening earlier last week. So that would be potentially a good 1 to 4 risk to reward if the price doesn't go even further. And we see that it's if in the 5 minute it looks like a small head and shoulders even. Look at this, a small head and shoulders. Mm-hmm. Now the next one and the drop. So it does look really, really good actually for silver.
Absolutely. Maria's hey Maria, didn't see you joining us today. So Maria's in a sell herself on silver. I know Maria's been doing very well lately with her trades. So it looks like a nice catch there, Maria. The NASDAQ and the Swissy US Swissy. I would say expect US Swissy to do something similar to gold right now, given the sentiment towards going risk off. What do you think, Anastasiia?
Let's have a look at this. I honestly didn't pull out the chart yet since the morning, so I didn't. I'm not familiar with what is happening there. Yeah, I agree with your opinion, Mike. I think we are going to be bearish together with gold, and right now is also quite a good moment to sell it, because we are retesting this consolidation. The price did exit from the consolidation. This is the same setup that I've been talking earlier about. So the price exits the consolidation, pulls back. We covered it when talking about the UK oil. The only things that I don't like is that there's consolidation on the bottom. So I would probably wait for the price to come back, to break the lows, to break through this consolidation first, and then on the pullback to sell USD/CHF, because right now we are kind of in between two volumes. So this is the zone of volume. Let's make it a little smaller. Let's assume that this is a zone and there is another zone. So in trading in between these zones can be quite dangerous, although it is 40 pips, but I still don't like trading in between such zones as well. Because if you go lower, we will also see that the price is holding the lows still. It didn't break it. It's not showing necessarily the signs of weakness just yet. So I also think that it might not be the best idea to be entering it right now. I think it might move only tomorrow on the NFP, because usually if it's stuck like this in consolidation, the day before NFP, almost nothing happens before NFP, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. And just as we come to the close of this session, that second pound Aussie trade has also been taken out. So again, it'll be one of those ones where, right, I'm going to leave this alone now, and it will sell off and make me look foolish. But yeah, unfortunately, that one didn't hold either. So it just goes to show you guys, by no means do I confess to be a good trader or anything like that, but I'd much rather be honest and open with you guys and share the losses as much as any wins that you might see happening as well. So yeah, it's frustrating when it happens, but you just have to roll with it and accept the losses with the wins. Try not to go over the top with any wins, and try not to go over the top with any losses as well. Just as we're coming up to the end of our live stream, we will shortly be having the AlphaBeta Lab podcast coming up in the next few minutes. So do stick around for that. Those of you who aren't familiar with the AlphaBeta Lab, let me give you guys kind of a quick overview. It is basically our community for traders by traders, and it's dedicated to education on the financial markets. So in here, you'll find live chat channels where you can go in and you can chat with us, and you can speak to us about all the different things going on, what you're seeing, what you're learning. And then we have the dedicated section for community contributions. So you've got the 101 basics, body and mind, etc., etc. And you have all the different posts, all the different contributions from the various different members of our community. On top of that, we also have courses. You'll see a couple of sneak peeks into ones that we're working on. So we've already got the fundamentals, we've already got the trading mental game with Louise, and we also have an exclusive with Daniel as well, our OG from the The5ers Discord community. Those of you who are in there will know who Daniel is, and he has done a dedicated gold trading system course there as well. So plenty of content, plenty of resources. We're going to be doing more live workshops. We live stream every day of the week over on our YouTube channel as well. You can find all of those listed in the upcoming events. So there's plenty of of insights, plenty of content, plenty of education in there. So we'd love to see you guys joining us in there. That brings us to the end of our segment, Anastasiia. Anything else you want to leave our esteemed viewers with?
Well, today is a Labor Day. Tomorrow is NFP. I think it's a good time to just hit the backtest of strategy. Oh, here he is.
Hello, people. And I still got to sort this out. It's like I'm like looking here, but the camera is there. So, hello, everyone. How's everything going?
Wasn't it
those of you?
I
mean, we're very happy to see you, of course.
Yeah, we're coming in for just the. Well, yeah, I'm supposed to be gone. Yeah, no, I can't not come in anymore. You know, it's just too much fun.
He's bored, is basically what he's saying. So, so yeah, it's great to have Alex back with us. I know we've got Rich waiting in the wings as well to join us, and we'll have Victor with us shortly. But yeah, Anastasiia, I know you've got to jump off, so great to have you with us, guys. We'll be back in a second, just after this.
Mike.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. Couldn't find the clip. I wanted to play the right one. I probably played the wrong one as well. Rich, good to see you, mate. How you doing?
I'm good. Thanks. How are you guys?
Yeah, not too bad. Thank you. Not too bad.
Alex is having a styling issue.
Alex's first
day.
No,
I'm looking a bit
scruffy, man.
Yeah, I got to trim this. Got to sort out this. What's going on?
This is what happens the first day of Alex officially not being part of the 5ers. He comes and joins the 5ers stream, and he's having a bad hair day. This is
Alex, you really let yourself go, mate. What can I say?
Yeah.
You know,
I know, mate. Awful. Absolutely.
Standards are slipping, you know.
So earlier on today, I was digging through an old journal entry, and the journal entry is nearly 3 years old. So later on today, we've got a call in the 5ers Discord, and it's going to be a bit of a different one today. I'm going to be digging into that journal entry from 3 years ago. So if you find yourself struggling with motivation, if you find yourself procrastinating a lot, I mean, we don't talk about this much as traders. Maybe it's something we can touch on today. Is that you're on your own as a trader? Most of the time, you're just sitting there, pretty much on your own, in your own thoughts, in your own company, trying to execute in a market that you're almost waiting to be told if you're right or wrong. So I put this thing together 3 years ago as a way to kind of get my butt off the chair and start doing that deep work that needed to be done to try and build me into the skill set I wanted to achieve. So later on today, I'm going to be diving into that entry. And I was like, there was happiness, but there was also sadness. Dude, I was so hungry for it 3 years ago. It was like, I was so hungry for it. And maybe we can't keep that state of just constant growth. Maybe after a while, it slightly tailors off. I mean, it's just a case of learning good processes, right? Once you've got them, what else there to do apart from just keep rinse and repeat?
That's why it gets boring.
I guess so, yeah.
Boring. Yeah, absolutely.
So that's my morning. What about you guys?
I think you have... Go ahead.
No, you go, Victor. I like listening to you more than
First of all, hi everyone. Well, I haven't heard the beginning of your what you were saying, Rich, but I think that the trick is into always look and have a challenge. You have to have a challenge. It may not be the same. It may not be get profitable anymore because you already are. It may not be, those financial goals you may have to provide and things like that, because you may be already doing that. So you got to look for another source of motivation to keep that hunger. Because if the day you stop being hungry is the day you start slacking, is the beginning of, not the beginning of the end, but it may be
the beginning of the end of Rich.
No, not the beginning of the end, but I mean, you're no longer performing optimally. And
Yes.
that's a risk, because you may be getting more complacent, and before you know it, you may even lose your edge.
Yeah.
So I think you have to seek that challenge and have a challenge all the time. Otherwise, how do you keep disciplined? What would drive you
Yeah.
to be disciplined, right? You there's also always a goal in being disciplined. It's not only for being disciplined by itself, right? You have something because you want to be someone, because you want to make use of your time on this, this whatever time you have on the world. You don't want to waste time. That's why we want to be disciplined, I suppose, right? We want to be effective in life. But for what, right? You got to have a goal. You got to have something. And the trick is, I think, to always have something to work for, because otherwise, why do it?
Yeah, absolutely. Alex is gonna love this one. So reviewing that document was about how did I get myself to that point where motivation was just perpetual. It was just so simple. It came in every day. And after a while, that became my normal. So like that kind of like elite level, if you like, of kind of almost growing towards excellence, that became like my standard. And then, so even when I go, I used to be so hungry for it. I was hungry to build myself to that point. But once you get to that point, that's your new level, that's your new zone. And then it's like Alex says, it becomes law of diminishing returns. It becomes boring because you are, even when I say, I had an all right day, my all right days are exceptional days to what they were 4 years ago. And I think there's also that like perfectionism where you have to sit there and go, look, dude, when you have an all right day, it's still pretty bloody good compared to what it used to be. But I'm sort of still pushing past that. Well, what does excellent days look like now on the back of what used to be excellent days, and just constantly building that skill set? Because otherwise you do get stagnant. You take for granted like these wonderful processes that we kind of, I guess, adopt as traders. Like you say, once you got them, you got them. You're doing the job, and it's like, oh, what now? And it's funny you said the working towards something. There's 3 goals that I've got that I think really fulfills me at a deep level, and I'm going to redesign my banner in Notion that every day when I log in, because that's kind of where I design my days, I'm reminded of that. And one of those 3 things was having something to work towards. Always got to be clear on what is that thing that I'm working towards. If not, I think everything just becomes a bit bleh, just
mundane.
A bit great. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
So,
I once, there was a period where I felt a little bit flat, and I read something very similar, and I was like, wow, I remember when I was back doing X and Y, I remember having that like fire in my stomach, that fire in my belly, that I'd wake up and I'd just be on top of it. And I think we all go through those kind of periods of just those lulls and those, those up and downs. And it's important I think when we get into those periods is understanding how also to get out of those periods as well, to be aware that we're going to have those periods, because you can't be always just at 100 miles an hour. And it's natural for your body and your mood to go into some kind of like homeostasis where it comes to like that kind of middle ground. And I think that's super, super, super normal. You just got to figure out for yourself how to get back into it. And when I was looking back into it, I was like really struggling. It's like, how do I get that fire back inside of me? And I think it's just, again, listing down the things where you just want to go and improve, and keeping them in mind, and then actually putting a plan together of how to do it. Because I think a lot of people, including myself, say, okay, I want to get better at this and this and this. And then that's it. There's no actual, it's like you want to get onto a bus to go to a destination, but you haven't actually planned out the route. You just get on the bus and say, okay, I want to go to here, but whatever, bus driver, take me wherever, And I think the actual planning, and this goes for your for trading as well, the actual planning where you want to go is really important. And then once you start measuring those things, then you start to get the motivation, because the motivation and the fire only comes really weirdly when you're chasing and you're kind of seeing a bit of progression. I think
Yeah.
the opposite to happiness and things like that normally comes from a place of you just being stuck in the same place and not progressing. So the
Yeah,
more
it's got
that
to
you
come in
see
here,
yourself,
though, isn't it? Because if you take that from
yeah,
someone else, what if that resource, that book, that video, that course, whatever it is, what if it dries up? So I was like, how do I get me to motivate me? How do I create perpetual motion? So that's what I'm going to be talking about a little bit later on today, because I was that guy that was stuck creating the plans, but never getting on the bus. And I was like, I am so frustrated that I have these wonderful plans, but I'm not taking action on them. So it's like what you were just saying, like you've got to pair the two. Reckless action, we don't want that. Amazing plans, we don't want that. We want the pair where you merge them together. You've got amazing plans and great action on top of it. So that was the moment sort of 3 years ago where I really started digging into that and getting that clicked in. And it's I would dare to say it's a personal skill. I mean, if any of you guys have a like a different take on it, I'd love to hear it.
no, I remember just, even something as silly as putting a tally together. This motivated me like crazy because I'm super. I told you so. You guys know how competitive I am. Seeing somebody in front of me, I'm literally trying to be faster than them. Really silly things like that. So a tally for me, when I wanted to quit smoking or coffee or whatever, of just seeing every single day that an extra one and an extra one and an extra one, and then get to 5 and then an extra
Yeah.
one, and then sometimes you mess up and then you have to wipe it out, but then you say, okay, now this is the level, this is where I've got to get, and making kind of gamifying absolutely everything. The same thing with trading now. I just try and gamify it. I don't try and treat it too much as and Scruff's going to kill me. I don't try and treat it too much of a job. I'm just trying to gamify it because I know for me that keeps me interesting. I don't really like the word job just because for me it's just boring. I hate jobs. I hate stuff like that. But gamifying it and getting better and seeing how many coins I can get and how much I can level up, that really motivates me. So you got to find what does it for you,
Yeah, this was mine.
That
Right here. This is what I use.
That's
Yeah.
nice. That's your tally.
That's my tally. I
That's
bought
your
2 glasses.
tally.
I bought
Yeah.
20 stones, and I just move them from one to the other, and the feedback mechanism and the dopamine
Oh,
release
it's
you get,
fantastic.
it's free. And every day I just pour these into the other glass and do it all over again. And it was like a mental hack. I'm not going to go into it too much, but yeah, let's just say they're still here.
No,
after 3 years.
It's
so for everyone who's watching, what exactly, when do you put a stone in, and what do you do? I mean, how does it work?
Okay. So the theory comes from Andrew Huberman. Okay. And it's all about sort of like neuroscience, as the brain loves reward systems. So my take was, how do I create a personal feedback loop that when I do something, it's not just like I cross it off on a list. I want something physical in front of me. I need to physically touch something and move it to a different place and hear that ching as it drops into the glass. And then my goal is like, oh man, this messes with my OCD. I got 19 in one glass and I got 1 in the other. I want balance in my life. How do I move the second one over? How do I move the third? And it can be as small as just little tasks, like get properly dressed in the morning. And I know that sounds so dumb. As a trader, full-time trader, you wouldn't believe how many days you'd be tempted to trade in your pants and socks. And that's just the women out of us. I mean, the blokes are even worse than that, right? So you think about as a trader,
just my socks.
Yeah. But does that set you up in a good state where you're going to have a good day, right?
Too much information.
Sorry.
But yeah, it's about creating that feedback loop, and then and the brain just my brain would build this connection of like, I've done a thing, I've done 3 things, I've done 5 things. So at the end of the day, I was able to go, wow, I've moved more stones into this jar on the right than I've got on the left. I feel like I've made forward progress. And then the art is making sure that the stones get moved over only for high priority work that moves you closer towards a bigger vision in your life. I'm not going to go into it in too much detail, but there's some really, really good stuff about mini days from Ed Miliband, from Andrew Huberman about psychology of how the mind works, feedback mechanisms, how to create dopamine pretty much on demand. Dopamine is, if you haven't heard of it, it ties very closely to the reward system of the brain for motivation. If you struggle to get motivated, first thing I would do is look, how long have I spent doom scrolling on this thing? Have I sat there just scrolling through social media shorts, and it just wrecks the dopamine system in the brain, which means that we can't focus. And I challenge you to do this. Have a normal scrolling session on your phone, 20 minutes, an hour, 2 hours. Let's be honest. Sometimes we get down the rabbit hole. Put it down and then say, I'm going to go and read 10 pages of a self-discovery book. I bet you can't even get the book open. It's so unappealing. And I'm like, well, if the mind can so easily be taught to work against me, how can I learn to work with myself to bring myself closer towards my goals?
It's literally those moments as well where you will see the most revenge and boredom trading. Is the moments where your mind has had way too, you've been overzapped with dopamine because you've been scrolling, or you've just had too many decisions within the day, and you need that buzz. Now, if you're getting that buzz from social media, or you're getting it from alcohol, or you're getting it from all of these different things that do the same thing, if you're coming into your trading and you're looking at the charts, now the charts are giving it. The chart gives you dopamine. When you're seeing price move, you're getting a buzz. When you're entering a big lot size, you're getting a buzz. When you are low in your mood, fatigued, your body, it's craving that stuff. And that's where you're putting in those bad trades that you're getting that buzz. As soon as you get out of that trade, you've lost the buzz. Doesn't matter if it was good or bad. You could have just lost your ass, and you want to get back in because you're like, oh, I need to get back in, because not because it's the time to get the money back or anything like that, but because you want the buzz back. And that's the problem where I do see a lot of traders, including myself, in certain times. I've been able to regulate it a little bit better in recent times, but that's where you have to really start taking out of your life all of these different things of cheap dopamine. Rich, you and I have talked about this loads.
Yeah.
Of getting rid of all of those different things that giving you those cheap dopamine, and start to do things that are a little bit more difficult to get yourself to work that muscle, so you don't lose yourself when you're in front of the charts. And I had a doom scrolling session like 2 weeks ago of like 4 hours. I didn't even notice. She came back from work. I was absolutely dead. We've been on the charts all day, doing live streamings all day. I got home, I had loads more stuff to do. I sat down for 2 minutes on the seat. I was like, on the sofa. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna just check Instagram. I was there for 4 hours. As soon as that, I deleted everything. Deleted that, Facebook, absolutely everything. I was like, I'm not doing that again. And just had a total clean time. Now I've come into the charts this week. Made some really good profits on Monday and Tuesday, given back around 2%, but I'm now clean. I lost the trade today. Instead of getting straight back in, I was just totally relaxed. Don't even need it. Maybe the dopamine does help a bit, because when I get back in, normally it helps. But no, that's on a serious note. It's super important to take those things into perspective.
Yeah.
Do you know,
now imagine revenge trading. Now imagine revenge trading was tied into that, and you never even knew. Imagine just fixing the root and all these other things: FOMO, revenge trading, greed, fear. Imagine if they just dropped off because you had a process in place for it. It would sound pretty good to be working through some content like that, wouldn't it? Imagine that. Anyway, Mike, sorry, I cut you off, mate.
No, you're quite right, mate. No, what I was going to say was you mentioned about doom scrolling and everything else, and Red plays in the chat. This isn't meant to be necessarily kind of going in and out of chat. This is meant to be a podcast where we talk about it, but we do keep an eye on the chat. And one of the questions was, what's the Instagram from Rich, right? So somebody wants to know, what is Rich's Instagram? Now, this is one of the things that I really find interesting about, particularly in trading. If we talk about the negative impact on dopamine and the negative impact on social media, yes, there are positives to it, but one of the things I find, I do it less now because I've uninstalled Facebook, I've uninstalled Instagram. I do still have Twitter, but I'm getting closer to by the second of deleting that as well, if I'm perfectly honest with you. I find that the kind of the chase of the guru, the chase of the mentor and everything else actually distracts you from the journey that you're trying to make.
Yeah.
You know,
become that person.
so
yourself.
yeah, exactly. So you end up just looking at these people on Instagram, and I'm not talking about the ones with the Lambos and everything else, right? And I'm not saying that people shouldn't listen to Rich, but for example, Red Plays has said, what's Rich's Instagram? If you're going to focus so much on what's Rich's Instagram and what Rich tells you to do, rather than kind of looking in the mirror and saying, hang on, what is it that I should do? If you focus too much on seeking the answer from other people rather than going and getting it yourself, you'll never get it. You'll never get it, because the answer for them will be different to yours. Do you see what I mean? You know, Rich and I mean, Rich, I hope you don't mind me saying this, but I know that Rich goes and sees a personal coach, right?
Yeah.
I go and see a psychotherapist, right? I go and see mine due to years of poor mental health, you know, depression, really dark, you know, self-harm thoughts. And I've been doing that for the last 2.5 years. And that journey that I've been on, that's got nothing to do with any random Instagrammer or anybody else. It's been because that process of going and having those conversations has helped me to have that inner dialogue and that conversation of, I didn't think of it that way, you know? So I'll give you an example. My son had his 5th birthday last week. And I live in Poland. My parents and my sister, they all live in the UK. So they all flew over for his birthday and for his birthday party. And I was talking about this with my therapist, is that before they come, I'm really looking forward to it. I'm like hyped up, I'm pumped up. I'm like, yeah, I'm really excited for them to arrive. As soon as they arrive, my brain cannot help but then start counting down as to when they're going to leave, because I don't see them that often, right? And, you know, for me, you know, my folks are getting older and older, and my brain cannot stop from going through the process of, is this the last time you're going to see them? Now, I know that sounds really morbid. I know that sounds really horrible, but that's just what goes through my mind, because I see them so infrequently. I see my in-laws so frequently. And I'm like, and I'm talking about it with my therapist last week. And she said to me, she said, right, I want you to just do one thing. The next time you have that thought, go and say to yourself, what if it's not? What if it's not the last time? And just focus on that thought, on that process. Now, if I'd been following somebody on Instagram, if I'd been following somebody on Twitter or Facebook or YouTube Shorts or any of these things, I wouldn't have come across that, you know, that kind of that negative loop pattern. Do you see what I mean? So the point I'm trying to make is that I think, especially in trading, we're so often, it's easy to think, oh, let me go and find the best person to follow, whether that be Scruffy, whether it be Alex, whether it be Victor, Rich, whoever. But actually, they're not the ones with the answers. I don't think.
No,
we're the ones. We're the ones with the answers. We're the ones with the answers because the answer is individual to us. Victor's trading style is very, very different to Rich's, very, very different to Alex's, very, very different to mine. We all have completely different styles. We all have different personalities. We all have different, you know, backgrounds and experiences. And therefore, how we approach our trading is going to be individual and unique to us. And so that would be my one takeaway is, don't just stop Instagram because of the doom scrolling and everything else, but also stop trying to find the holy grail and the one person with the ICT strategy or whatever it might be that's going to suddenly make you a millionaire and all that sort of stuff. Forget it. Go and focus on your process. Go and focus on
just
your
quickly. Mike, did you see the conversation in the 5ers Discord that was about the difference between a teacher and a coach? I had to go down a rabbit hole with this. So, like, teachers are really good, in my opinion. This is just my takeaway from it. A teacher is really good at transferring information to you. A coach is wonderfully good at creating a space to help you find the answer that resonates with you, right? And that's what you were talking about earlier, which kind of reminded me. So there's this word I love, use. use people. Like if you Alex, what is your Instagram? Like, use Alex as a resource. So every time I sit down, I ask myself this question: Rich, are you sitting down for entertainment, or are you sitting down for education? And the lens in which I view content. So there's I'll drop some names later on when I have this call, but there'll be some people that I use for very short videos, and I'll watch the video and I'll sit down with a notepad and pen and I will say, Rich, I paid £1,000 to be in this call right now. And for the next 7 minutes, this person, this coach, this specialist who's created this content, forget they're a social media influencer, they have put this together for me personally. It will take me over half an hour to go through a 7-minute video and record all my journal notes and all my takeaways and run through like a mini session. And that's like, you can do that for free and you haven't paid a penny for it. There is going to be millions and millions and millions of new videos coming up every single day. And if you just break the loop of watching it for doom scrolling and you just say, what's the message here? And it can be as simple as when someone goes, risk management. We all heard this thing that you shouldn't risk more than, stop. What does it mean to you? Why are you triggered by it? What do you feel? What information can you take from that? Like, you can do it on anything. And I think that's the cool thing about trading, is helped like learn about what is that path towards excellence. And you can apply that in any area of your life. So like, just use people as a resource. Sorry, I didn't want to cut in.
What I like about that though, and especially what I like what Michael has said, is the fact that just because everything is so noisy, and we don't give ourselves time to think, and that's the problem. If you can't have that time for you to think, then you can't improve. You can't be creative of how to progress or deal with certain issues. That's why most of us just work. It's all just noise, probably because we don't really want to face certain things in our lives. And the reasons why I agree with, that's why I agree with both of you. To get that information is super important, and to have coaches or role models or people that have done it so you can figure that out. But until you just have time to relax and clean your mind, then you can start figuring all of this stuff out. Because if you're getting notifications here, you've got this, you've got the kids screaming, you've got work, you've got all of these things at the same time. When are you ever going to actually sit down, and if we talk about trading, sit down and think about what is actually going to move the needle in my trading? What are the things that are actually holding me back from doing these things? And that's why you keep hitting and not working. It's because you're
and it's interesting with the sorry, Victor, just to close that loop on the comment I was making. So you're absolutely right, Rich. Teachers teach, right? They educate you. Okay. Coaches, if you've got a good coach, they never show you how to do it. A coach will only ask you questions to help you discover it for yourself. That is the key difference between a teacher. A teacher will show you the way, right? A coach will guide you on the journey of finding out for yourself. One of the things that I think is really important as well is there's no doubt in my mind that there is really good content out there, right? Yeah. There is really, really good educational stuff out there. We try to do it on the AlphaBeta lab, but there's loads of content out there, right? One of the things I think is really, really important to be aware of is look at the kind of content that you are drawn to and just be conscious about it. The reason I say that, I'll give another example of my kids, right? My kids, just like any other child, they love the TV, right? They love cartoons and everything else, right? If you look at the kind of cartoons that children watch that zones them out, right? It is the ones with hyper stimulation, loads of colors, the screen changes, at least once every second, the angle changes, everything else, right? And it's like hyper overload of the stimulus, right? You can't then focus. Your brain is like completely overstimulated. The same, I think, goes for us as adults and us for traders when we're talking about what do we want to learn from trading, right? If you are finding something boring as a content video, right, that might switch you off, but maybe the learning from that will be deeper than somebody who's driving around in his Lambo going, look at me, here we go. I'm not saying that's not the case, but what I am saying is just be conscious of what it is you're absorbing, because there is a place for it, there is a need for it. Our intro for the AlphaBeta Lab is a prime example, right? All of us love it, right? That tune just gets us pumped, right? But maybe that's not a good thing, right? Because it then suddenly gets us all energized and, right, let's go and attack the markets, right? But the point I'm saying is that when you're watching something, when you're absorbing that content, be really, really cautious and conscious of how it impacts you, and therefore how you might absorb what you're going to take from it or not. Victor, I apologize. I interrupted you.
No need to apologize. I was waiting and trying to get in. I got a couple of things to say. Let's see if I can make it. Let's make a couple of steps back, Rich. When you were talking about those stones, those motivational stones, or how do you call them, by the way?
Just feedback loop. It's just a positive feedback
okay.
loop.
Okay. I was just wondering, do you gamify it in such a way that not only within the day that you're keeping score tally of how well you've done, but also you have a goal? Maybe I want to reach a certain score per week or per month or a streak. Do you have something? I suppose you have. I see you're smiling right there.
Not at that point, but later on it grew in the direction you're suggesting.
I see. Because that's the next level, right? Looking for the next challenge. That was we were talking about. There's always the next level in doing whatever we're doing, and you gotta at a certain moment. The stones is something you do. It doesn't get you that motivated as before, and you're looking for that next level, or at least that's what brings me to mind. You guys were talking about something very very prevalent. About social media and the potential harm. It has a lot of goods. We all know that. It connects people. It informs the society. It brings family. It makes distances smaller. It has a lot of good things, no doubt about it. But we were talking mostly focusing on the potential harm it can have on your mind, on your attention, your focus, and everything else, your effectiveness. That is the reason I'm not on Twitter. I'm not on Instagram. I have an account. I will confess I have an account, but it's only there to keep space basically, because I almost never look at it. Actually, I haven't opened my Facebook account in years, and I'm not planning on doing it either, right? Because I concluded, I saw that it's not helping me. I'm not effective. It pushes me away in terms of efficiency. It's just a distraction for me a lot of the times. And there's a good stuff there. It's not about the thing itself, right? Or the content itself. It's about what it does to me and what it does to us in that sense, right? It gives, that doom scrolling is exactly the thing that one of the things it does to you. It gives you, the stimuli that your mind is probably not prepared to handle and doesn't know how to handle well and keep it in balance, that we go completely out of balance and just want to consume and consume. And I think it's a very worrying trend in society, because it's not only about social media. It's that instant gratification in everything. The whole generation, if you look at it, everyone is looking for that hack, and everyone is looking for that shortcut in trading, in life, in work, in everything, right? It's a complete paradigm shift of how life should be, right? Generations before, there was value in putting in the hours, in taking, build your house, block by block. Now we want prefab basically. And I think it's, of course we want efficiency. Of course we want to learn as fast as possible and be as effective as possible. But I'm not sure it's the right way. At least it doesn't feel it doesn't feel right to me. You know, whenever I see someone, you know, only focusing on the shortcut, and if there's no shortcut, they're not interested. Whenever I see that, that to me is the kind of the sign of our times. And I wonder how to, you know, push back. You can't compete with social media basically because it's so attractive. How do you say you know, a youngster, a teenager, you know, there is, you know, there's another way where social media shouldn't be, you know, as present. There's a way to enjoy, you know, going outside and how do you do that? That's very challenging nowadays. And so it's very difficult. And as a parent, or for yourself, if you're, you know, talking about yourself, it's to fight back on that movement is incredibly difficult, I think, as an individual against, you know, a trend that is you know, basically the whole society is into. I think it's very, very difficult, and I think it's the same thing as a trader. How do you make sure that you're not stuck in that everlasting journey in seeking that strategy or that setup? There is no perfect setup. We all know that. Everyone knows it. Well, a lot of people are still locked in that search without working at what they can in front of them, their data, their strategy, their blind spot. These are concrete things you can work on today instead of looking for the answer somewhere else.
Why do you think someone would be stuck in that loop? What would be a reason for it?
Because I don't know, but maybe one of them is because they're looking for that shortcut. They don't want to put in.
I don't know. I don't think it's that. I don't think it's. Sorry to cut you off, Victor, but I don't think it's that. I don't think somebody is naturally lazy. I think when you're putting in certain habits and you're dumbing down these receptors, you're getting way too much dopamine. You're getting way too much stimulus. Like you drink 20 coffees and then you go and then you have nothing. You can't expect your body and you to be a certain way if you've got way too much. That's why it's a lot about like health and making sure that you're keeping your diet clean and stuff like that. Because if you're feeding your car, if you're putting dirt in your car all the time and you think it's going to go very fast or go anywhere, well, then you're wrong, you know. And I don't think the people are naturally motivated, because that's how we survive. That's how we are as humans. So it's because of these things that coming in, these extra things, then that's kind of a reaction to those things. I think that's the reason.
Hey guys, didn't realize you put me in just before. I was like, oh wait, I'm here. So yeah, I'm just trying to catch up on what we're talking about. From the gist of what you just said, Alex, I think I don't know whether you guys have covered any of what I'm about to say, but I think as well people don't fully understand themselves so much with that, because there are a lot of recommendations, all these kind of things like what you're talking about, but you know, some people try and apply that to themselves and they might just not fully function that way, and then it becomes a point of seeking and trying to figure that out for yourself. And also a problem of you don't know what you don't know, right? So people kind of can get stuck in a loop because they're just trying something and they don't really actually know where the direction they should be going. Because a lot of these things, like I find myself very counter to all these things. I'll heavily stimulate. I do like 5 things at once. I normally have Bloomberg in one ear, music playing at the same time. I'm on the charts. I'm doing research over here as well. If charts are a bit slow, I've got an eye on it there, but then I might even be playing game quickly for a little bit. Like I'll often play like competitive video games before trading to actually like lock me into like a focused, like detailed oriented kind of mindset. Sometimes it'll be that, sometimes it'll be reading a book or scientific papers, all that kind of stuff. So I tend to find the more I lock heavy deep into that, I get in that sort of thing. But I'm weird. I can set
I
up
ask-
for
can I ask
all
a
hours
question
a day and that kind of thing, right? So I'm very abnormal.
Can I ask a question then? What are the
Yep.
times that you notice in yourself that you feel just mentally fatigued, procrastinating, or not motivated to do anything? What is when do you find those things happen?
So again, on that, I think that is one of the parts where I am a bit strange. I think perhaps even a problem for me is that I sort of don't have a limit, and I will just go and go and go and go and go and go. Normally, it'll end up being I'll hit some wall, like health-wise or something, where like my brain will just go forever mentally and stuff. But then my body will actually be completely dead, like fatigued, whether that's lack of sleep or I go through periods where I'm missing gym for a bit, don't have time to get proper, cook a proper meal with, veggies, everything else. And then I take sort of short bits with that. I'll supplement it with, vitamin pill, that kind of stuff to make up the difference. But eventually these things do sort of catch up. I guess that would probably be it. Normally I hit a wall where I just can't keep doing any more things. So again, like I was saying, I think I'm a bit.
Do you go on? You're not on
way.
social media or anything like that, though, no?
No, not really. I have socials, but I haven't posted stuff in ages, so it looks very dead. But I am active there mostly for like friends, communication, friend groups, chat, meet up, go for drinks, that kind of thing. And then as far as the rest of my feed, I just fill it with stuff that I like, that I enjoy. So that'll be a lot of it, as well as a lot of like news stuff, trading, economics related, that kind of stuff, but not like junk information, more in-depth, quality things from reputable people, etc. And then apart from that, some of the other bits and pieces I like cars, F1, a bit of these kind of things. So but I don't tend to just trawl the ocean of the endless sea of everything, because you can just I caught a little bit of what you're saying at the end, just before I came on. You can just go in loops of just endless amounts of stuff, I guess.
I think that's super important, and just goes to show you've got to really take time to figure out what works for you. It's like, one supplement or one way. Some people, for some people, coffee actually gives them a headache. I know for my father, alcohol, he's allergic to the stuff. He can't drink it. He drinks it, he makes it him ill. Started to affect me in the same type of way. And when I was younger, it was never like that. These times it is like that. But some people, when they drink alcohol, it's totally different. So I think it is the curiosity first to go through these practices and find out and experiment with yourself. But also knowing, to be honest, what you actually want is also a good place. It's quite difficult, and that's a difficult one, to understand what you actually want when you've got so many options. It's like going into the supermarket when you're hungry.
Yeah,
it's difficult.
Yeah,
so
100%, 100%.
LJ, you make me wonder, since the way you describe yourself, how you work with many things at once, and that feels comfortable to you, or it helps you focus or keep you on laser focus on whatever you're intend to do. What kind of trader are you?
Many forms, I guess. It's hard to lock down into one singular thing. After doing it for so long, because I sort of scan over everything and I just see if something pops up. Typically nowadays I'm trading a little shorter term, but I've always got my eyes out for swing trades, that kind of stuff. Generally though, it's based on kind of a mean reversion type thing. So looking at the standard deviations of whatever period I'm looking at, have we ran that, say, 2 to 3 standard div band, and then looking for a pullback into middle point. That would be the one liner that I could put things into, but there's many component parts.
And on what time frame? I think more on what time frame are we talking about? Are we talking about hours or minutes?
Yeah, both. So yeah, the 60-second chart. So for instance, my kind of layout, what I have here, I've always got Bloomberg in the background just here. I've got a platform here on the side where I've got like the euro, Aussie dollar, pound dollar, dollar index, and then dollar yen all on the 1 minute, and they just stay there. In front of me, I've got one that's each of them on 5 minutes, and then I've got my MT5 charts, which all sit on 15. And then I'll have a couple, the main core of euro dollar, Aussie dollar, pound dollar, all the dollar majors. And then I'll track on the side a couple other pairs that are significant recently. So whether that might be S&P, I've got like bonds, like 10-year yield, that kind of stuff. And then I've got C-Trader as well, which I have everything on a 5, 15, 1 hour, 4 hour, and then a daily of each asset that I'm looking at. And they've got longer term.
I can't even focus on one chart.
Yeah, they got all sorts of longer term trend lines, levels, all this kind of stuff. That kind of has a lot more historical stuff that I just keep adding to and building to over time. So then basically what I do is I kind of flick through all of these, go one way and then all the way back, and just constantly keep scanning across the lot. And then when I'm seeing stuff line up, or there's a lot of cross correlation, signaling a move across the board, gives you better indication that yes, this is actually a full dollar move, not just the random stochastic Brownian motion of every 5 minutes. And then I'll jump into something. So
LJ, I think it's important. I think it's important to add, you've been trading for how many years now?
I think it's 12 now. This makes it 12. So yeah, 2013 was when I started.
So I wonder whether there is something to it. Talking about the dopamine hunt and everything else that we were talking about earlier in the session, whether you have reached a point where you've been very successful with trading. You've learned your trade. You earn your money through trading as well, right? Have you maybe reached a point? And this, I don't know the answer to this. Have you reached a point where you're actually seeking out the dopamine, or you're seeking out the stimulus because trading has almost become a little too easy?
I see what you're saying. Yeah. Not really. I've always done that. I sort of started doing that a long time ago. I've always just been very generally inquisitive, curious, that kind of thing. I took a gap year after uni, and I spent 4 to 6 hours a day in the library every single day for 365 days of that year, which is something abnormal for most people taking a gap year from uni, for instance. So I just read everything from everything, physics, chemistry, engineering stuff, to biographies of people, whether it's Bill Gates, Rockefeller, prime ministers, all sorts of across the board. And then other times I'd be doing art and things like that. I also paint and draw and do a bunch of these things too. My natural state is actually very tranquil, very calm, I'm very neutral, not bothered by things, very Switzerland type thing. So friends and stuff around me, I'm always the sort of go-to guy often for things, because when anyone's got a problem or something to sort out, I'm very level-headed, can look at things objectively, all that kind of stuff. Cool, calm, collected, keep my shirt while everyone loses theirs type thing. But at the same time, that is my sort of natural state, just chilling, right? However, then I can also just be punching gears and just going 350 kilometers an hour, just bang, 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 bang on so many things at the same time. Perhaps because I am that way naturally, that allows me to do those things and be focused and not have it be a mess, I suppose.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So it kind of comes back to what we were saying earlier, is that you need to take your individual journey, right? Because I think that was before you joined, one of the things we were saying was, rather than looking at any particular influencer or person to try and mimic or follow, is to actually take your own journey and do some self-reflection and understand what works for you. So all of us heard your setup, and I mean, Alex's brain is probably about to explode at the thought of it. I'm struggling to I have 5 monitors, but I don't have that many charts up. But again, I do multiple different things at the same time. I'm probably nowhere near as efficient as you are with that. But it's interesting how different people would react to what you're saying in different ways. And again, goes back to that point of you've got to know yourself and you've got to take your own individual journey rather than trying to mimic or replicate the guy with the Lambo, who says, just take this trade. It's all easy. Somebody said it in the chat, that the accelerated journey that is promised and promoted is a fantasy. It's just not a reality. And the sooner we can break that illusion, the better for the industry, in terms of traders. Probably not. Well, is it better for brokers and people? I don't know, but certainly for traders, the more we can educate people to say, hang on a second, you're not going to be making God knows how many 6-figure sums in the space of 6 months or 3 months or whatever. That is not going to happen. The sooner that message can get out there and be propagated, I think the better. You're going to have much less people going, boom and bust, and you're going to have much more people, hopefully, actually discovering success. I don't know. That's my my take on it.
Definitely agree. I think you definitely have to put in the work. I think Victor was saying before about people trying to find the secret sauce. I don't think all of that stuff is necessarily caused by social media. I mean, if you look back through history, if you're a student of history at all, this has been the longest thing since the beginning of time. It's just human nature, right? What social media does is definitely adds gasoline to it, and now it's a hyper connectivity type thing, so it just amplifies what is already there. I mean, and that goes for everything across the board, whether it's been the political discourse of recent, any kind of business stuff, any money making things. It's So you do have to curate any of these, your social media, internet type activity. But I think if you do that and you take the time to really curate it and put some good stuff in there, it can actually benefit you as well, because now you're able to aggregate that connectivity to bring that all into sort of one place and be able to just churn through so much stuff. So I was actually ill through my final year of high school, for instance, and I only attended school for a week, and had a great deal of problem with any teachers, all that kind of stuff, and trying to get assistance and all this. I ended up just teaching myself the entire syllabus, and I was doing here in Australia Math B, Math C, so that's the high level math, physics, chem, philosophy, and then English. So they were not the simplest things to just go and pick up, and definitely the internet hadn't, and YouTube and all that kind of stuff hadn't quite got to where it is now. But I can imagine back then when I was trying to, just go through textbooks, if I could aggregate some of those things now, especially with so much information and informative educational stuff there is, that would have been way simpler. And so take advantage of it, basically.
Yeah, I think it's a valid point. Sorry, go on, Victor.
Social media and everything, the potential it brings to the table is huge, right? You can do everything basically faster and better. But how do we? Is there such a thing, or has the average person found that a guide to apply how to apply that in their life? I think, right? Because it's a tool. It's a very powerful tool. But if you don't know how to use it, it can sometimes be even damaging instead of helping.
Yeah,
right.
100%. The algorithm.
It's like a car. Sorry to stop you, Mike, but not to stop you, but interrupt you. It's like a car. If you don't know how to drive, it can be very, very dangerous. You shouldn't touch it. But obviously, a car is so good for so many things and for civilization in general. I don't want to, imagine a world without a car or any other vehicle. But you got to know how to use it. Otherwise, this can be basically deadly.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, 100%. I think that what LJ is saying is absolutely right, is that there is an abundance of great content out there, but trying to curate it for yourself, you're constantly fighting this, unknown algorithm, right? And the algorithm is programmed to give you stimulus. It's programmed to give you stuff that you are going to want to engage with, right? It's insane how the algorithm reacts, right? Almost instantly as well. The challenge with that is then trying to kind of counteract it, and it's one of the reasons why we've got the AlphaBeta lab, right? That is one of the primary goals, is to have a centralized place for financial market education, right? That's what we want to build, is to have this kind of this entity online where you don't have to go scrolling through an algorithm to try and find the most suitable content regarding fundamentals, technical analysis, whatever it might be. It's going to be all in one place. And I think that's, if we're talking about trading, that's the kind of thing. Social media, it's a lot harder to do that, because as we all said, it's just so much noise, and it's programmed to manipulate you. Let's call it out, right? And it's a very, very hard kind of algorithm to conquer, much like the trading algorithms.
Yeah, definitely. That was the next thing I was going to touch on, is exactly that. AB Labs, AlphaBeta Lab is directly an example of something where you can go where it is like a social community, but it is curated and that kind of thing. Other places are things like Substack. People post some great stuff there. And if you find any of these people, sometimes they have like a mailing list or something like that. And that can be a way to, because then it's just exactly what you've curated. You're not necessarily plugging into an algorithm per se. But yeah, so those would be some of the things to look at.
Definitely. Rich, you kind of kicked things off, and I'm conscious that we're coming up to the end of our segment here. If you were to kind of put your performance coach hat on and say to people, without kind of giving them too much that's going to be, this is only for this kind of person or only for this kind of person, what advice would you give to all the different types of traders out there? We've got young, old, from all over the world. What's the one piece of advice you think, based on today's conversation, that they could take away, that they can still use for them, despite the individual nature of their approaches to trading?
It was something we touched on earlier, and this ties into a question I get asked quite a lot: is I'm a losing trader. How do I stop losing? And my go-to is stop trading other people's strategies. Make something your own, whether you cultivate your own experience from other people's content, whether you sit at the charts. I mean, my journey to profitability took 3 years, but it was my journey. And I can, there's one thing I can guarantee you. I cannot tell you how long it will take you. It took me 3 years. I did it my way. Did I do it the right way? Yes, because I did it my way. And there are shorter journeys, there are longer journeys. But I would say just grab hold of your trading and just make it your own. Stop trading someone else's system. Stop combing the internet for someone else's holy grail system that they're trying to upsell you the idea, just so you watch their content and they get the click-through rates and the likes and all that kind of stuff. Every day, the 5 streams is on. Monday to Thursday. I feel it's 4 days currently, right? 4 days?
Monday to Thursday, yeah.
Monday to Thursday. Every day, there's a space where you can literally use a resource and say, how can I take these ideas, make them my ideas? Copying gets you nowhere. It's just an endless loop of going round and round and round in a circle. So I guess just kind of take a lot of the stuff that's shared on this channel and in the AlphaBeta Labs community and say, how can I take this stuff and make it my stuff? If you've never heard of it, there's a theory called the learning pyramid. If you Google it, I don't know what the origin of it is, but you'll get this wonderful picture of a pyramid, and it talks about how you can learn things at different levels. And so talking about it, typically you're at that like 10, 20% where you're internalizing kind of 20% of what you take in. If you can get to a point where you're writing it, learning it, teaching it, applying it, you start moving into the deeper levels where you're installing that kind of stuff into your behavior pattern. So I guess, and I take inspiration from the 5ers community manager, Abe, where he says before he kind of learned a particular topic, he learned how to learn to get good at something. And I think the same with trading is like, how do you get good at trading? Just take an account, zoom out, and look at exactly where you are. Where you are right now is both where you deserve to be and where you should be based on your actions. And it is now totally in your control to change that. Figure out how you got to where you are, figure out how you can move forward, because it's your journey. There is no piece of information that says go to the chart, go to the 5 minute, go to this moving average and do this. That's someone else's strategy. And I learned this from Victor when I see a trade go, and this is a wonderful tool for FOMO. When I see a trade that just runs and is so close to what I was forecasting, but just didn't quite get me in the way I wanted to, Victor says, that's just someone else's trade. And there's a lot of peace to be had in that, because I pride myself on taking my trades and no one else's.
Well,
God,
there we go.
If I saw a trade and it ran off, and that, I'd be like, that's my bloody trade. That's my trade right there.
Give it back.
Give it back.
Come back to me. Let me get in. Rich, that is one hell of a way to round off the conversation. Any other comments, Alex, Victor, LJ, that you want to add to that?
Just be curious. Be curious with everything. Be curious with the reasons why you do things. Be curious how you can do things better. Be curious on the things that you don't know. Be curious of the why you do the things that you do know, or what information have you got. Just be curious about everything. And I think that is really important, especially in trading, because suddenly, if you're curious, you find edges in some of the weirdest of places. So you do.
Yeah, I'd say learn to learn, and learn to build. So all the bits and pieces I've constructed over the years, like I didn't take it from anyone. I just built and applied my own thinking, my own logic, my own reasoning. Particularly because, like I was saying back then, all these kind of resources and things didn't exist. There was no one putting, proper financial stuff on YouTube and all this kind of thing. And any of the early stuff was just random, scrappy nonsense, or someone talking about how the sky is going to fall out from itself. And this comment is funny. We've had this from a number of people now. I don't know why, but I don't know if it's I sound different once talking through the mic. But on the note of Elon Musk, I mean, he always talks about going back to, regardless of whether you like the guy or whatever, about going back to first principles. So, really strip something back to its most basic core principles and then build out from there. And make sure you understand those core principles first really in depth, and then you'll be actually able to have a foundation and really sprout, the garden from that. So if you don't have that base layer, you're going to have a hard time growing crops, right? So, yeah,
absolutely. The other thing I'd add is, if you're not sure, go back to how you were at school and think about how did you study, what worked for you, because we all learn different ways. Some of us learn visually, some of us learn by doing, some of us learn by hearing about something or reading something. Try and understand how you learn best, so that you can then elevate your journey, and make your learning journey as efficient as possible, right? Because if you don't, let's say for example you're like me, right? I'm not a theoretical person at all. I much prefer to get my hands dirty and learn by doing, right? And I'll mess up a million times. I'll mess up a million times, right? But I didn't go to university because I was ill, and it was probably the best thing that happened to me, because I went into the world of work and I learned by doing, and that was the best education that I got. Other people, like you, LJ, for example, could spend a year reading books in the library and absorbing all that information. I would love to be that person. It's just not who I am. I wouldn't have retained that information. So understand yourself as to how you learn best, so that you can start that journey or continue that journey in the most efficient way possible, rather than kind of taking yourself down rabbit holes that are just going to take longer, right? Because as you said, LJ, it's human nature to try and do things as quickly as possible, right? That's why we've evolved into what we've evolved in with the technology that we have and everything else. So it is perfectly natural for us. Guys, that we are a little bit over, so I apologize for that, but hopefully you guys have found this of use. This has been our weekly ABL AlphaBeta Lab podcast. We would love to see you. If you're not part of the AlphaBeta Lab, make sure you come and join us. The link is in the description. Coming up next, though, we have got Victor and Pedro going back to the charts and looking for those opportunities to scalp some profits from the markets. Gentlemen, thanks ever so much, and look forward to seeing you next time.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you,
See you later,
everyone.
guys.
Yeah. And we are back. How is everyone doing? It is a national holiday in a lot of countries, but the market is open. And one thing you need to know is, of course, the volumes are compressed because, of course, many people are not, they're not doing business today, right? Even traders, a lot of them are not trading today. So the volumes are less, but the market is still open. So it's a good thing. We'll look at the market and see if there are any opportunities and how you should go about it. Trading, because the trading is different depending on how volatile the market is, what kind of range can you expect. So let us know in the chat. Also, let us know how what you think about that podcast we just did. Because we are focused on bringing you the best content, and doing so, the best way you can support us is by hitting the like button, subscribe to our channel, letting us know that we are doing something of value to you, right? So let's see, we have in the chat, Pedro, how are you doing? Can I add you, Pedro? Let's see. Yes, you are. Okay, there you are. How are you doing, Pedro? How is life on your end of the stream?
It was good. I was actually listening to your conversation. First of all, good afternoon, everyone. It's an interesting. It's interesting always to have these sessions, and I'm glad that you guys are doing it because it's really useful for everyone, and kind of take trading a little bit more serious with these kind of conversations. And for sure, it's going to always hit home, regardless of the topic. I think everyone can recognize and see themselves in some of those aspects that all of you are sharing, which is important. So it's great. Aside from that, what a day yesterday! Right, what a day! I was actually initially looking for shorts on US indices. Like I got a short initially on S&P. And then there was a completely reversal in the afternoon with the earnings. Then price even broke higher, and what a day! What a end of the month, basically, and happy month, by the way. Since it's the first of my happy month for everyone. Yeah, how are you, Peter?
Yeah. I'm fine, thank you. I'm well. Thank you for asking. Guys in the chat, ladies and gentlemen, let us know in the chat how you are doing as well, as we are greeting everyone. Perhaps let us know where you're tuning in, right? Because I want to get an idea if we have now that we have national holidays in a lot of countries, in a lot of European countries, as well. I would like to see if there's predominantly European, or is it something much more widespread, right? Because it's not only in Europe, Labor Day, right? Isn't it, Pedro?
No, I don't think so. I think mostly in Europe. In UK is a completely different scenario because they always celebrate, or they always have their bank holidays on Mondays, which can be interesting in some perspective, because then you can always have 3 days off, or go and arrange a mini travel holiday or something like that. So in UK actually it's going to be bank holiday next Monday. But yeah, I think it's mostly across Europe. I think some I don't know if in Australia it is as well. To be honest, I'm not really sure. But in US it's open, so yeah, Uganda. There you go. So even in some countries, yeah, Australia. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, many countries is bank holiday. So for us traders, what matters is what kind of volatility and liquidity you can expect in the market. You already mentioned maybe there's going to be a little bit less, or maybe just in the first few hours of the US session, and then maybe price just going to start slowing down. So yeah, we'll see. I know Travis.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think if the market is open, unless it's flatlined, unless it's if completely flatlined, if the market is open, you typically if you adapt, there are still opportunities to be had. The only thing is you need to be aware of what kind of market is it, meaning is it ranging, is it trending, and what kind of ranges can you expect, right? Because
exactly
if it's a ranging market on a slow day, it can be very profitable, right? It's not going to go if you fade the moves, it can be very, very profitable because it doesn't really go anywhere, and you keep on fading and getting it gets back to mean or a mean, and that can be it's only about recognize what kind of market it is, not necessarily not tradable, at least in my unless you are someone like a breakout trader, or you're very specific. You need a very specific setup that it's not going to, perhaps that needs something like a volatility surge. You're not going to get those, of course, on a holiday where the market is very calm in any case.
Yeah.
We have people from Australia, Ghana, and Uganda. Awesome to see how where our reach as a channel is. It's always great to see. We have a lot of. I haven't seen anyone saying India, but we have a lot of traders from India as well. So a special hi to them on this day. All right. So are you in any trade, Pedro?
Not at the moment. I'm trying to see now what you can expect now from the US indices. I haven't traded anything regarding to the dollar for a while. I didn't like this range where we have been. Actually, the dollar finally reached a level that I was waiting for, but I'm still not in any trading here. So I've been a little bit more focused on the indices from S&P, NASDAQ, even the DAX. As well, even FTSE 100, because in my opinion, I think we were approaching an interesting level in the last couple of days. We had the reaction that I was looking for, and now we can even continue to see a little bit higher. So yeah, I'm interested. I'm interested to see what kind of price action we are going to have in here. Yesterday we had negative data coming in from the US with a negative GDP, which it's a little bit of a concern. We'll see exactly how the market is going to react to that. I think also in terms of labor data, it starts to slow down a little bit. We had the job openings created a new low. Yesterday, ADP as well, it was almost half of what was expected. So I'm actually quite curious for tomorrow. It has been a while since I actually was excited or looking for a big reaction during an NFP day, but I think tomorrow is going to matter again. So I'm really curious to see what's going to happen tomorrow with the NFP, and if we're going to have any kind of move. If the numbers are way lower than expected, it's just going to put the Fed in a difficult situation for next week, because it starts getting into a situation where the economy starts not performing as good or as well, with especially negative GDP in the first quarter. At the same time, inflation, even yesterday, the PCE, it was also slightly higher. So it's either it's going to control the prices and keep the rates as they are, or it's going to try to control a bit the economy by decreasing the rates, but that can spike the prices. So we are in this perhaps what's the name? Stagflation?
Stagflation?
Sorry?
Stagflation, you mean?
Yeah, something like that. So that's going to be an interesting to see what the Fed's going to do and what Fed Chair Powell is going to do about it, and how the market's going to react. Yeah, because even though we had a really strong positive reaction yesterday, I think it was also a lot based on the earnings from Meta and Microsoft. Today we have Apple and I think Amazon maybe. I think there's another big two companies that are going to announce today their earnings, so be careful with any volatility at the end of the session. Yeah, but macro doesn't look good. The data macro doesn't look good. So even though we had this big reaction or big David candle, I'm not as bullish as India's indices at this point. Yeah.
Yeah, I think yeah, if I were to go back to my chart just for a little bit, maybe I can show on the S&P. What we had is we had a very violent move to the downside, and that's typically how the equities, when they go down, they do it very quickly, right? They go down on the elevator and they go up on the escalator. So. We're currently coming into a fresh order block on the weekly time frame, which also is part of a quasi. So when I see this, now it's equity, so you have to take it with a little grain of salt, because bearish structures on the equity, since we have positive drift more often than not, you shouldn't pin too much attention or pay too much attention to them. However, it is there. It is a structure. It has been broken. It's a weekly structure, and we're currently now starting to retest and interact with that order block. So I'm very interested in to see, does the market start shifting back to bearish? Same thing as you said. I'm not looking at the macro. I'm not a macro guy. I don't look at the news. I don't know what news comes out, if it's up or down. I don't look at it very honestly. The only thing I do is I want to know when it is coming out so I can be prepared, to pull off my position, or perhaps wait until with a new position until it's already out. But and I may have my opinions on where the economy is, but trading wise, my opinions don't matter. And on the equities, we're now getting to that area on the weekly time frame that we could see some, we could, I don't know if I should say we should, but we could see some selling pressure coming in, and especially if we push a little, squeeze that order block, tap into that daily as well. Now you have a daily and a weekly telling you we could have some kind of a reversal. If that's happened, I would be very cautious to wait for price to really break out of this structure before starting to thinking this is a good buy, because anything it does in here could be just the exact place where it turns around and continues a downtrend to who knows lower structures, because below this we don't have a lot of structures any place left, right? We may have below that's the push, right? If we go lower than this, what structure do we still have, right? Not a lot, basically. If you look to the left, there isn't anything on the weekly time frame. There is this one, of course, but after that, we are basically, let me make this a little bit bigger. I see people squinting already at home. Let me put this, let me see if this is an order block or not. Actually, it isn't.
You're looking at the closing?
Yes, I'm looking at the closing. Actually, it is. All right, so it is an order block on the weekly time frame. And below that, we do have a... Right, so there isn't a lot of structures to hold price. If this doesn't hold, we already used up this level which people would be looking at it for reference. If we break that, I don't see the next structures being very attractive or likely to hold price necessarily. So it means the price has a lot more to push down if that were to happen. So I would be cautious and see how price reacts to this order block on the weekly time frame before taking any trades long, that is. I mean, for a swing trade, of course. For a daily, for an intraday, it doesn't really matter. All right, so that's the equities. In terms of euro dollar, maybe we can look at visit that. We're currently on a macro level, right? This is multi-year downtrend that we've been in, right? Lower highs all the way and lower lows for quite some number of years now, and it's very interesting that we're now one of the three order blocks on the quasi of the monthly that we're now retesting. So that's something I want to be on lookout for this new month that started. Can we break and close at the end of this month above this structure, right? The previous month, last month, we couldn't close above it. Although that doesn't necessarily mean it was a huge rejection, because as you can see, the candle is quite big. The body is huge in comparison to previous candles, and its ATR and however you want to measure that. So it doesn't mean necessarily a huge rejection, but the fact is it didn't close above it. So it's still active as a potential area of supply for pricers, for sellers to come in and push price much lower. So that's on the higher time frame. I'm on the lookout to see if price on the lower time frame as well start creating those structures, those quasi, that tells us that likely in the coming months we might be going lower, or perhaps it's going to go from a higher place above here where we have the entry order blocks on the monthly as well. In terms of the weekly, we don't have anything at all. There's nothing, at least not in order blocks. There's nothing here for us to trade. We have already retested and broke that resistance we had, and we on the first candle, and sometimes it takes more than just one candle on the retest, that break and retest, we did break and come back on the initial candle, right? The immediate retest, I call that, and we're now coming back for another retest. If this were a order block, I would say this is the actual retest, not the immediate retest. We are it could take some time before we get some resolution whether or not price wants to reverse back and resume its upwards direction, which it has been having for some time, as we can see from all the way lower prices. So that's one thing. But other than that, on the weekly time frame, there isn't anything. So that's it. There is that break and retest. So on the we could see this bottoming out and change. If we look at the daily time frame, we do have two fresh order blocks that are stacked on top of each other, and we're currently squeezing the upper one. Now, in my book, this order block is no longer to be used as a signal, right? The lower one, right? Just because I have personal rules that I don't trade it anymore. So actually, for me to have a daily signal, I would be using the current of the fresher order block on this time frame, and it doesn't look too good to be honest. It doesn't seem right. It should be creating reasons for me to see a reversal, and it's not. The daily, as we can see, is lackluster, to say the least. It's been squeezing it, and if you go lower time frames, I don't see any appetite for higher prices, even after we had this huge run or drop, I should call it. We still were unable to create an order block there. Right? What does that tell you? To me, it tells me, the buyers are not interested in defending these structures yet. And if they're not, then price is likely to just continue lower at some point. We might have a little push and then just continue lower, perhaps up to that line, and perhaps squeeze it a little bit. And there we should be able to see whether or not price wants to mount a reversal or not, but it's not happening. So I'm not too eager. Yes, price did react to that order block on the hourly, but that's not that doesn't really for a hourly to change the direction of the whole market structure on the 4 hourly, it's not enough. That's not the correct usage of the different structures of different time frames. So I see this very weak. While we are on the higher time frames, we should see, because we have the structure, we should see the buyers coming in, but they're not reporting, right? So it tells me that the market is not ready yet. Maybe it's not going to reverse. Maybe that's the what we're seeing. So that's one thing. To me, I don't have a trade and a signal possible today. Well, not today. Currently, maybe later on today, but I suspect maybe because of the bank holidays, it's not gonna trigger me. And if we go to GU, GU looks a bit better. If we, let's say, look at the weekly, of course we have an order block from before, but it's not part of a quasi, and it's not part of it's not fresh anymore, so it's not very relevant to be looking at it. On the daily time frame, we are, even though it's at the top of a structure, right, of a push, I mean, we are in an order block, a fresh one, and it does seem to be reacting better in any case. It's the same as EU, where it is stacked upon an earlier one, and in this case, both of them are still valid, right? It's a daily, not on the weekly. Both of them are still valid. So I would be using. I think I'm not using the correct price feed. There we go, because of course I do have it already marked for our session, because I'm looking to see if there's anything I can trade. We have a daily order block, as I said, and if we go to the 4 hourly, we can spot a fresh order block that was created on the 4 hour, right? Unlike EU, GU did create that order block, meaning that the buyers did come in and did defend this area, which you would expect it being a daily structure. We went into it on the we made a retest. However, there were not any structures to be trading yet. There is currently an area where we have overlap, where I would be looking not above, but this area, where I would looking on the lower time frame to see if price, and this one as well, for a possible long on GU. It's going to be slow today, so I need to be aware that it may not happen, but that's fine. My only job is to act if my trade plan signals, and if not, just enjoy the ride, make my my day as a trader as productive as possible. That means I might be focusing on other things besides just executing the signals. So that's one thing that I'm going to be looking. If we go zoom in a bit more, you can imagine that this is where I would be looking. There isn't a quasi in this time frame. If we go lower, I could be looking at the biggest time frame. We have a reaction. The biggest time frame we have a reaction on the quasi is, of course, this reversal, and just to put things into perspective, this could be the one, but I think it's already been taken out. Yes, it's already been taken out. No longer no longer active, and we have an order block here, right? So on the 3 minute, and perhaps on the 2 and the 1 minute as well. So I'll be waiting for price to come back into this area, and I will start looking for indication that buyers are coming in here. If they are, that could be a sign for me to get in. And today is going to be a very presumably a slow day, so I'm not going to be too fancy or ambitious with the targets. I'm just going to target the top of that range, right? So this is going to be the TP, and if it doesn't really move quickly, I could even bring it in a little bit later in the day, as depending on how how the ranges, how it develops, and so on. All right, so that's GU EU in terms of potential entries, at least for me. But maybe we should look at gold. Would you like to look at gold, Pedro? Or actually,
Yeah, I
we could
can.
ask in the audience if there's any other pair you guys want us to look at. But I'm sure gold is a favorite. So maybe gold we could look at.
Yeah, I can take a look at gold. I can also just quickly do my overview of euro dollar and the pound, just to see if you agree on the same levels. But now that we are in gold, so I've been waiting for gold to break these lows. Okay, that has been something that I've been looking for. I think it gives me a bit more confidence of a potential kind of bearish move in here, even with the scenario of a potential retrace back to this top. I'm actually going to be curious eventually to look for potential shorts in there, of course, depending on where this low is going to react from. But there you go. Finally, we managed to break it. Okay, we are in this range. We had already broken that low. Price was not exactly reacting from the best level, so eventually could continue to move to downside. At least that's how I was looking for it. Yesterday, a typical move, right? Price kind of dropped. It looks like it is holding support level. Even managed to break a high, so to attract even more people to buy again in here. Everyone that was feeling FOMO that missed this move to the upside, for sure, many started to try to buy it around this level. You can even see a little bit of a reaction again. They're looking at the 30 minutes time frame, and the opposite happens. Right, there you go. Finally, trapped everyone that was trying to get long, and it just broke to the downside. I'm actually curious. This can actually become now an interesting level to potentially look for sales as a continuation. Price hasn't really retested that level, at least on the 30 minutes, maybe on the lower time frame. Yeah, but I think this level is still left behind. So that can be for the future, potential sell from there. At this point, in my opinion, I think almost basically below this level, everything is compressed, which means that I'm looking already for price to get a little bit closer into this next level, looking at 3,170, 69, something like that. It starts getting into this bigger structure in here. So we might have a little bit of a reaction initially from this level, if it is still fresh, which perhaps may still be. And who knows if actually we are going to eventually go all the way back to this low in here, and basically now the bullish momentum that we had during the month of April and retest potentially this level in here. There's still a lot before it goes back to this price. Some people, they do like to look at Fibonacci, so maybe we can even add some kind of Fibonacci from this low to this top just to see where price is. So it already broke the 50%. On the retrace of this previous level for distance, it matches with 6 to a night. So maybe there's a little bit of a reaction to look for that. If someone is trying to base their reactions from Fibonacci levels, it's nice. It's a nice confluence level in there. But for now, again, I'm a contender and trader, so kind of my brain starts thinking, where can I potentially go long in here? At this point, I need to wait. It's a lot of weakness. There's no breakoff structure. There's nothing whatsoever that tells me that gold is about to slow down. If you just keep tracking the previous highs, price has been respecting it, and even if it kind of breaks whatever, this high, whatever target I'll be even looking for any reaction here, it will be just up until this level. That will be even any target that I'll be aiming for, and I think that's going to be a reaction from there again to the downside. So yeah, just in short, paying attention to see how price may react around these structures in here, and you may trade within this range. Somewhere around this level. And just to finalize, just to look at silver, which is quite similar as well. Silver also is breaking. Okay, silver was actually a great opportunity. We reacted all the way. Our retracement was much bigger. We came all the way back to these highs that managed to make all this big move to the downside. And this move to the downside actually managed to break also this structure in here. So perhaps we can even go all the way and even retest these lows or even break those lows as well, which kind of goes in alignment with the potential move on gold. And what we're heading here is that we actually start to break structure. We actually managed to break initially that low. Price then retested again the top. I was even looking for a potential fake out of this double top. Never will happen, just dropped. Now we managed to break this structure. So again, I think there's more room to the downside now in silver, which if they are correlated with gold, potentially can have a little bit more of a room to downside. Of course, price will bounce in between. Price is not going to just drop in a straight line. But it looks like based on price action that we can start seeing more downside in here as well, which is it's going to be interesting. But yeah, first and foremost, this somewhere around here, we may have a little bit of a reaction around here. Yeah, that's basically what I'm looking for on gold at this point.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I will switch to my charts. Gold is basically, if you look at from afar, it's been just breaking structures, breaking order blocks, breaking bullish structures as if there wasn't any. Right? This reaction is a clean indication. A cleaner it cannot be that the buyers are not interested in this defending that bullish structure, and we're currently in another one. And you would think, right, this is the next station, right? Here the buyers will come in, but if you look closer, there is nowhere to be found, right? If you look at the H4, weakness, the H2, weakness. It's unable. Look at how clearly, the wicks are telling us which side is having control. Structures being created, everything looks so bearish to me, and maybe it will switch, but it's not switching right now. And unless it switches, I think it's dangerous to think that just because it went down, it has to go up. Yes, it will, but when? And it's so difficult to predict and just take an entry based on that expectation, because it can just continue to go down. Let's look at the ATR for gold. I know today is a holiday, so it may not reach it's not a normal day. Let's look at this is the daily. ATR is currently at 82, which is quite high. So let's measure it. It's actually already past this 88 ATR. It's already at 88. So it's past its range of today, beyond 100%. I wasn't expecting that, but of course we can see how big that candle is. So it's not a complete strange. Now, with the order block present here and price being just above 100% on a holiday where you expect price to be, kind of sideways, now it looks a little bit more attractive to look for the possible turning point. But in the end, we shouldn't be fading any move unless price action confirms, and price action is not confirming at all. There is no strength coming to the market, and if there isn't, you have no business in trying to catch this falling knife. You're only gonna get hurt. So I would say be patient. If it is going to show its face, and if not, then just don't do it, right? If it's not convincing us, then we shouldn't be trading this, going long in any case. Going short, I think for today, it has already, is gone. That opportunity that ship has already sailed. So I would expect, or not expect, I would just wait for price to tell us that there are buyers coming in, even if it's on the 1 hour, right? It needs to start breaking those bullish structures and then perhaps create some reversal pattern, but it's not doing that. It's only building, so far, it's only building structures, bearish ones, and not even coming back. It did come back here to retest it, but it didn't on the other one. So it's very weak, I think. Even though it is stretched out, it doesn't look like buyers are coming in, at least not as of now. Maybe that could change later on in the session. All right, so let's look at what do we have on EU? Do we have something? Has something changed on EU? Right. I was saying we have. It's very weak. It's not reacting as we would expect on this higher time frame order block, and this one is not a high probability order block to be catching a daily signal from. On the daily, on the 4 hourly, it's not telling us anything. Same as with gold, it's not telling us anything, any bullish signs. It's not giving us any indication of buyers coming in. There is that little pop, but it's too slow, too little, kind of too late to indicate much. We'll see. We'll have to see. There's just one structure here. We'll have to see how it reacts to that. Just a little court there holding price up a little bit. And if not, then let's look at the ATR. Perhaps we get a feeling how much. You can see that the bar is the daily. It's 87, and currently the market has done 53. So there's plenty of. It's a holiday, so I wouldn't expect it to really reach 100 necessarily. But there's still a little space for it to perhaps go retest that area. Let's look at how much that is, how far away that is. Right, that level is 11, so it's well within reach. I would say price can easily, in terms of the ATR, can easily reach 20, 25 pips lower. If it it doesn't mount that reversal, then it's just gonna sink for the rest of probably the rest of the day. So that's EU, and GU is. Do we have any update on that? Pound. Someone harsh wants us to look at GU. Yeah,
and the Aussie as well. But guys, there's no need to spam. We are checking your comments. Actually, if you spam, it may actually work against you. To be honest, so let's keep the chat respectful, and because me and Vito we are reading your comments, and we are going to be taking a look at it.
Yes. You are friendly warned, but still warned. Harsh, Takur. If we are, if anyone disrupts this chat by putting the same messages after another very quickly, we will be bound to remove that person altogether from the chat. So it's for the for the flow of the chat. So in terms of the pound, what can we see on the pound? We just spoke about the daily order block where we could see some buyers coming in. Right, we're getting in there that week. It looks very promising right now, but it's a moving candle, so we shouldn't trust it. But the fact that it had its low very close to that lower edge of that order block, that seems something promising. But that's exactly what you want to be seeing. So on the 4 hourly, we did see that order block we just talked about, and price is coming back. And I'm eager to see what kind of reaction it will have when it gets to these two structures where we have overlap. And from there, I would be looking to the lower time frames to see if it's something that could have a little pop, maybe something like this, or something like so. Wouldn't be too bad of an idea, something like that. But it needs to convince us. It needs to show its head that and tell us basically that it wants to go up, because otherwise it's just a trap for price to go much lower. Let's see what else. That's GU and EU.
I can take a look at I can maybe share my perspective as well on the pound and the euro. Just more or less similar, to be honest. Let's just start quickly with the dollar index, which is we did move to the upside, so it was in a range as well, so similar to the euro dollar. We reacted from those lows, which are okay. After this break to downside, price is kind of finding a little bit of strength. It has been a really negative or bearish a couple of months on the dollar. In my opinion, we did manage to break a little bit of this structure, but for me to turn a bit more bullish, to be honest, I would like to see a break even above this structure in here to actually start opening the door to potentially go even higher on the the dollar index, and if this happens, actually, this can actually become an interesting level in the future to look for a long. Potentially, we can fake out this double bottom that was created here into this bigger structure that perhaps could work. But that's just for the future. For now, more intraday, yes, more or less what can happen within this structure, and this is my level. So if price starts breaking below this zone in here, maybe we can then continue to move lower. If this level here keeps holding, we perhaps can continue to move higher on dollar index. With that being said, then it will be kind of a flip direction to see what will happen on the euro dollar and pound dollar. But let's pay attention to see also what's going to happen in here. And then on the euro, just before I go into the euro, let's look at the euro index, because that's actually an interesting one. This is kind of what I drew yesterday. Because on the euro index, the way I was looking at it, so euro index just broke a massive one. Okay, again, euro index is not just a reflection of the euro dollar, it's a reflection of every single euro pair. We managed to break this massive high when you had that big push on the euro a couple of weeks ago, and then you start seeing some bearishness. Okay, some weakness. We did manage to break that low. It kind of opens the door, in my opinion, for price to potentially go a little bit lower. We retested really nicely this the supply at the highs, and then you start to show again some bearishness, and then you yesterday finally managed to go slightly below the low, and I think you can continue. This level in here perhaps can be a level to look for a continuation to the downside on the euro index, or if price by any chance does want to retest back into this top, I think if you do break above this level, maybe you can actually have a deeper retracement, come here, and then finally make another big move to the downside. So I'll be paying attention to this level in here on the euro index. If euro index holds this level, most likely we're going to see euro dollar also continue to push to the downside. So that's how I'm using this information on the euro index towards the euro dollar. So yeah, I'll be paying attention to see in here if you find that reaction, to look for bearishness on the euro dollar. The euro dollar, as you know, I really like this top. I like where the high reacted from. I've said that when it happened, we fake out these tops. Really good reaction from this supply level in here that basically made this push to downside. Eventually, price can go higher, but for now it was really good. And I'm looking to see if we manage to break below this structure. Basically, we did create this range similar to dollar index. We did create this range, but in my opinion, this is the low. I think actually, Vitor, you also have on 1 hour time frame, maybe on 4 hour. I don't know. Maybe there's an order block where price is reacting right now. I think I saw on your chart.
Yes.
Yeah, it may not be the strongest. Again, may not be the strongest level. Maybe price actually is going to break it. Which could make sense. It goes in alignment as well with potentially dollar index going up, euro index going down. So potentially, if price, euro dollar in this case, could continue to push a little bit lower. And if that happens, maybe you can start opening the door a little bit more to downside, and then some levels in here could be interesting to look for shorts again on in the scenario where price eventually is going to come back in here, maybe range a little bit, fake out all these structures in here, and eventually go short again. But it depends also wherever price goes towards to, where the low is reacting from, if there's more space or not to the downside. Yeah, but intraday maybe more of a short bias, to be honest, which can be confirmed as well with the break of this level. The pound is actually a little bit different. We did manage to fake out those double tops that we had, this structure and this structure in here, and now I finally kind of managed to fake out a little bit. But in the higher time frame, I'm actually still looking a little bit higher. I actually would like to see pound dollar going slightly higher before a potential bigger move to the downside. Or if price ends up breaking this level, we can even go all the way back into somewhere in here. Who knows? But that's going to take time. This is a daily time frame. But yes, I would like to see pound dollar still going a little bit higher, but more intraday. And what we have seen this week is that, and it's normal, after we do break important highs, usually there's kind of that fake out movement, basically collecting the stop loss of all these people, and price actually tends to short a little bit or to see some weakness. Even though, again, I'm still hoping and looking for price to go slightly higher before that bigger move to downside. Yesterday, it managed to break below this low. We can continue to go a little bit lower, but I don't think, at least I hope so, because I'm still not shorting here. I hope the pound actually goes slightly higher before actually has a bigger move. And bigger move can even go all the way back to these lows. For example, if it starts actually breaking everything in here, it can even go a little bit lower. But yeah, I would like to see even attracting more people into selling in here. and then finally making that fake out and that bigger reversal in here on the pound dollar. Yeah, that would be a bit more of my deal. To be honest, I'm not the biggest fan of anything in here. Like whatever price is created, looks like it's has been already spiked. It's not clean. Even on the 4-hour, even on the daily as well, is not the best. Maybe in here there's still something. But aside from that, everything looks weak to me, to be honest. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see what will happen here. And that, just to finalize, even at the highs, if by any chance if someone is still looking to sell in here, as you can see, the way price already dropped in here, it already spiked. Like it's going down and up, down and up. Basically, already reacted from this one, reacted from this one, reacting from this one. So basically, almost every single supply level that has been creating on the way down has been already touched as price is moving to downside. So there's not exactly anything strong left behind, at least on this 1 hour and 4 hour time frame. Which makes it a little bit weaker if someone is still thinking whenever price retraces back to this level, still thinking about looking for shorts in here, can be a little bit of a, yeah, they can be faked out perhaps, and price may actually go higher. But we'll see what will happen. That's what I've been waiting for on the pound.
Remember, guys, if you like our content, if you like the way we talk about and explain our views on the market, price action, everything, anything. If you like anything we do, hit the like button, show us your support, and support this channel in becoming even better. I don't want to be too proud here, but I think we got a good thing going, but it can be even better, even better. All right, so Kavika says, tomorrow may offer a good opportunity to short GU. What do you think about that, Pedro? Do you think tomorrow
tomorrow is NFP, right? So we'll see what kind of a move we are going to have. I would love to see that momentum to the upside, and then price finally reacting from that level that I mentioned, and perhaps seeing moving lower. I like the fact that we're starting to break some lows. For example, this low that we just broke, it's interesting. Even if maybe price is actually going to respect it, but even if it doesn't, it's perfect. It's already a little bit of a break of structure. Everything in here feels compressed, and when you do have a lot of compression, then it can help for that bigger or kind of quick moves in the opposite direction. Like in this case, it's compressing to the upside, so eventually you can have a big move to the downside. If it's the opposite, then eventually you can have a big move in here, which is kind of similar. Just to show an example, it's kind of similar what we had on the indices. For example, DAX was a good example in here. Like the way DAX has been moving recently, and the last few days, it was really compressing way, and then yesterday, almost in 1 hour or in 2 hours, basically fill out that space that took couple of days to complete, because there's no more buy orders in here waiting for or to hold price. So then there's a big move in here, and then finally we took basically these lows and price moved higher. But it's great. Like when price starts to approach or create this kind of approach in this compression way, it's really good. You have small breaks of lows as well, just to confirm that maybe the sellers are slowly getting in control, and then maybe price can go higher a little bit before we have that bigger move down. And that's one of the main things I'm waiting for. It's a lot of patience, because again, it takes a few days to potentially develop the move, and then it can be quite quickly when it happens. So it's between patience and aggressiveness when it actually happens. But yeah, that's one of the things that I look or try to find out. And pound may be creating one of those scenarios in a lower time frame, or 1 hour, 30 minutes. We are compressing, we are collecting, like we are coming down to collect those order blocks or demand levels, and then price goes up again and it starts cleaning every single thing, and then eventually we can have that bigger move down. But you need to wait for confirmations and so on. Like, so we are not going to just jump into shorts automatically or impulsively. Yeah. And someone is asking for Aussie dollar for a long time, so maybe we can take a look at Aussie dollar.
Sure. We can look at the Aussie dollar. Yeah. Would you like to do so, or?
Yeah, I can start and then you can conclude. Aussie, I think it's showing a little bit of bullishness after breaking a little bit of this move after this big sell-off. So in the bigger picture, I think we can have a little bit more of a move to the upside. Is maybe what may happen in here is perhaps it may want to go a little bit lower first before resuming again the move to the upside. Okay, so we managed to take all this liquidity. We start seeing a little bit of selling pressure, and maybe there you go. We can go straight away from here to be honest, but perhaps we could go a little bit lower. We'd also have a little bit of these left shoulders. Maybe this can become a massive quasi model in a bigger picture, which could be interesting. But yeah, I think I'm turning a bit bullish. Price event, you can even feel all of this and getting a little bit closer to that next level. Just question mark is what's going to do first. Is it going to be already kind of moving up from here, or if it goes down a little bit, we'll kind of create some kind of structure before resuming to the upside, which is a little bit more of what I'm looking for on the outside. I'm not interested in buying in here, for example. I'll prefer to see price going a little bit lower before trying to find some buy orders. Yeah, that's more or less what I'm looking for. What are you looking at? Is this a quasi model for you, Vitor? This bigger moving here or not? Can be seen in
yes.
many time frames.
Yes, I think so. We'll look at it right now.
Yeah.
So on the monthly time frame, let's look from top down. What do we see? We are in a order block from way before. This is the monthly, right? So we had this movement on the higher time frame where we came pushed up, and we're now testing it, and presumably you should see some push from here, right? Either it's going to retest this high and break it, or something in between before it either continues or not, right? But this is the moment in the intersection where the market, where the price decides whether it wants to break or bounce off this structure. That's the monthly. And if we go zoom out, you can see that the market structure is bearish, meaning that this is a bullish order block, but it is counter the trend, right? I mean, it has a little bit less a chance of reacting or changing the direction of price because it's countering the trend. All right, so we have that. If we go deeper, there are a couple of things we can see. One of them is that your question, if that is a quasi, it is yes, it is on the weekly time frame all the way. This is actually quite positive, quite bullish. A weekly order block. This is let me check if this is 289. Yes, so this is an order block as well on the weekly time frame. It isn't the most beautiful order block or quasi or entry order block on the quasi, but it is valid, meaning this is the left shoulder. Actually, this is the left shoulder. That's the head, the neckline. It breaks it, and presumably, if and when it comes back, you should see something like this happening, right? It can happen just like this, or all the way down there. That the quasi doesn't tell you how deep it's going to penetrate that order block, just that it has a good chance of having this reaction when it gets back to the order block, the entry order block on that quasi. So it is a quasi, even all the way to the weekly. And on the daily time frame, I obviously, if there's a weekly, you will see quasis as well. This would be my daily neckline, and it doesn't really matter because I know on the weekly already that we have a structure. So I already know that it's going to be a quasi on the lower time frames as well. So far, it has on the daily, it has broken, and it is validated as a daily quasi. But as you can see, there isn't any structure for me to trade, right? For us to trade on the, let me take this off. I was explaining something in our workshop, and I left that retracement level. All right, so 50%. I'm looking at structures on the daily time frame that are below this. There's only one, and that's at the end of that V-shape, very violent reaction we got there. But there isn't anything as of yet other than this one, which is not very relevant today, right? It's not going to get there today or tomorrow. I don't think so. So what else do we have? So we can look for structures in here, try to read price action if we're going to continue or not, because we are this is a consolidation after a very nice, strong, impulsive move that created on the weekly time frame, created an order block. right? So it makes a lot of sense that price could continue to go with or without the retest. So let's look closer to see if that makes if the market is telling us it's that as a base idea. So what do we see here? Right, we start from the current price and we go back, and what I see is a lot of compression, a lot of structure very close to each other. Right, that already tells you something. Yes, there is a bullish undertone to the market, right? But it's all compressed. That's not what you want to be seeing. You can trade this, but the more compressed it is, the more likely it means that the market is ranging, basically, and the more likely it is that it's going to fake you out because the structures are so close to each other. So it's kind of tricky. I would say technically, if we're looking for a long, this is of course the order block, and it has been, that's already in my book the second retest, meaning I'm not going to be using this one. It is there, I know it's there, but I'm not going to be using this is the next structure to be used on the hourly. So we're currently on the daily, and we're currently retesting it. And if we go deeper, let's check here. If we go deeper and see if we have any reversal from it, we actually do. There's a very nice quasi here. Very, very nice. I like it. Breaks the neckline and comes back for a possible move out. Right? Not necessarily all the way there. And this is the order block on the H4. Ooh, I like that. Whoever suggests we look at this pair did us a favor here. All right, so this is the neckline on the H4. Remember, guys, show us your love by clicking that button. Yes, it's a little message in between, just in case if you're listening. All right, so that's the quasi. It breaks the neckline, comes back to that order block, and this is the area. Now is the moment of truth. Is it or not going to have that reversal? And if let's see if we have, it's also visible on the lower time frames, but it's bigger, so I'm not going to mark that. We do have a structure here, which already, oh, it hasn't touched it yet. I thought it touched. So not yet. This is the area in my book. Actually, this is another fresh one structure that could as well be used. So you actually have two structures. Both of them are valid to be used. One is part of a quasi, and the other one is a fresh order block to be used for something is happening with EU. Did you guys see that?
It's the news just come out, the unemployment claims.
Woo! That is a big move right there. I did see my screen moving. That's EU, of course. It did come to that order block, but it didn't come to the level that I was looking for to get in. But it did come to that order block, and where it switched back to a bullish reverse. Right. That's the quasi. Look at that beauty. Look at that beauty of quasi. That's the move. This is the move, ladies and guys. Yeah, this comes back to that order block where it has these between these two yellow lines. That's where it has, more power, more demand. That's the refinement. It gets there and moves out. Of course, it's news, but it's not a coincidence that it does it after reaching that order block. It's because that order block was keeping it from going much lower until the news came out. Awesome. And there you have it. I had a position in EU as well. I'm trading in the background with while doing this stream, and this news put me in TP. A little scalp I was doing there just to keep my fingers moving while I'm. But going back, let's look at the bigger picture. What is it doing? Does it change anything? That's the question here, right? You're sitting at home. Maybe you are in a position, maybe you're not. You're thinking about it. Did does this change anything? Because I was quite bearish, and rightfully so, on EU, right? I was saying this looks weak. How about the gold? Let's look gold. Gold was very weak as well. Okay, so this could be the what changes everything. Now the question is, what is it? What is your trigger? What is it? Where's your line as a trader that you think this is or isn't the switching point for the day? Right, that's a question, and it's actually personal. You may have a different line or trigger or criteria than someone else, and that's I think one of the things I learned, through mistakes, and just to agree with yourself. What is it that will start you thinking switching bias? Right, start looking for a long. What is it? And it can be different things. For me, right? For you, Pedro, what is it that makes you think? Because before it was weak, what does euro dollar need to do in terms of candles, indicator, price, whatever? What does it need to do for you to say, okay, I'm ready to start looking for a long?
Yeah, for me to be, it needs to break an important web of structure, of course. And it needs also to be reacting from a good level. I like to see first that price is actually reacting from a good level, either lows or highs, depending if you're trying to look for bullish or bearish moves. So yeah, if the low is reacting from a good level, and if I start seeing price breaking opposite levels of structure that is relevant, that can start put me on the radar for a reversal. Then I also look for behavior around those prices, to see if there is already some kind of manipulation being created around it to manipulate enough people to actually then finally make the move. Because this can also just be the first low being created, and price may still want to continue to push lower until eventually actually turn, right? Because not every low is going to be the bottom. Let's just call it like that. But lows can be traded, right? Lows can be traded. It's just maybe the main difference between a low or a bottom is maybe managing the expectations of the target that everyone is going to be looking for. And for the bottom, maybe needs a little bit more of evolvement from price, to spend a little bit more time to actually create the bottom itself. Well, the low can be created quite quickly, and sometimes with the news, and you can actually get a good scalp opportunity like this. Maybe get in, get out, and you keep accumulating some profits this way. While, for example, while price may be still bearish, like you mentioned, you spot a long opportunity, a little bit of a reversal or retracement, and you capitalize on that move a bit more aggressively. Yeah, which is basically a little bit of the way I look at it. And
Yes.
your trade now, it was a good example of it.
Yeah. And I think the fact that you to you is very clear, and it's just not one thing, right? It is a sequence of things. It's a story that tells you. It's not just one thing that, if it does it, there you go. That tells me that you have different ways to read the market, right? There are many signals possible coming your way. You said breaking a structure and then coming back. How the market reacts to different structures or different levels. I like that, Pedro. In my case, it depends on what is it. What is the question? If the question is, because my trade plan tells me so, if I'm looking for a trade, an actual trade, not looking for the market if it's going to go up or down, but an actual signal, I need to have an H4 reason. And I define my H4 reason very, very specifically. I need to have either a fresh order block or an entry order block on a quasi. If I don't have those things, I stop right there. I don't do anything. So that's one thing. If I don't have that, then I'm just sitting on my hands. I could, do something else. And if I want to gauge the probability, the intention of the market to see if it's likely to go up from here or not, the way I do that is and that's personal, as I said, the way I do that is by looking at where are the structures being created, in what direction, and in what structures are being invalidated, right? And that's how I I came to the conclusion that the market was very bearish, and because it was creating predominantly bearish structures and not breaking them, not even retesting them, let alone invalidating them. And in here, right, so far when we were talking about it, actually all the way here, that didn't shift, although it did have like a little pop. It did have a couple of bullish bars. It didn't create and respect any structure until now, until with this news, it came back to this bullish order block and reacted. Seemingly, this still has 21 minutes, so we shouldn't talk too loud, but it seems like it reacted from it. And if that is actually how it closes, that's the first sign for me. And the same way with you, Pedro. That's just one sign to build a story that we're gonna get. The news is gonna switch things, right? We are at the bottom of this grayish, not grayish, brownish color fade. That order block. It's the daily order block, as you can see. So, and we are at the bottom of it, right? And this is just a squeeze. Then it's gonna be just a little wick on the higher time frame. That makes sense to me, right? That it squeezes a structure and then comes back, pushes everyone thinking it's going to break down, because an order block, that lower level, that lower border is actually a low on the structure. So it's actually a low where people are, maybe they have their stop down there, maybe not. They have their stops on their stop loss right there, goes down and takes them out, and then maybe changes direction and goes up, right? So it makes sense. The level where it is doing the reaction is, for more than one reason, is a great level. We'll have to be patient to see if it changes anything, right? By claiming this line, and let's see where it is. I have messages coming in. I'm not that great at multitasking. All right, so that's the this line is actually it's not a quasi. I shouldn't put the line as a quasi, because it isn't. Just a regular line. It needs to retake this line and hold it, right? Break it and hold it. It can come back a little bit, but it should hold it. And as long as it's holding it, to me, it's telling me, so it's about market structure. It's about what it does with the order blocks. Does it invalidate them? Does it create new ones? Does it respect them? Right. That's what tells me the story. I see the market through the eyes of the invalidation and creation of the order blocks and quantities that are created. So, and respected or not. So that's one thing that I'm looking. I like the fact that there is the structure there. We'll have to see how it closes. We still have 20 minutes to go. Today will be a shorter stream because of the bank holiday. So we still have about 20 minutes with you today. So let us know what you want us to look at. If there is anything, or maybe you have a question, maybe you want to tap into the vast experience of Pedro as a trader. Maybe,
and Victor.
And maybe there's something.
I'll just to read the comment of Kavika, which is interesting regarding the news. You mentioned that the market's expecting, even with the one before, the market's expecting a weak dollar to cut rates, and that may be true. And sometimes when you do have this contradiction of, because in theory, kind of a weak news in regards to dollar, it should kind of bring dollar down, right? It kind of, if something is weak or negative, it should bring negative prices or reaction in the market. However, as you mentioned, this is sometimes when you say that good news are bad news and bad news can be good news, right? Because basically what the market wants a lot is for the Fed to cut rates, which they keep staying at 4.5%. Most likely next week is going to remain the same. And looking at the probabilities, the first rate cut is expected to happen in June. But that's sometimes when it happens. Sometimes when you do have negative data coming in, and the market may actually end up reacting positively, because maybe the first reaction, yes, negative news, but then the market starts pricing in straight away. Okay, maybe the Fed actually is going to cut rates, which actually is going to be good for the economy. So now actually are going to the market actually end up being positive on the day, and becomes a little bit more trickier to then read the news kind of like that. Or that's the moment where people look at the news and look at the market, they don't make sense, right? Which happened several times in the market. But yeah, that's a nice point, Kavika, and I agree with you. The market is looking for that, and tomorrow, depending on the NFP, we may see dollar strength as well. Yeah, we'll see what will happen.
I think it's a very a different kind of week, because NFP typically you have a lot of volatility coming up on. So you have two reasons why the day before is going to be a low volatility compared to normal weeks. Normally, the day before NFP, it's calm, it's range bound, it's compression. But today you have, bank holiday, so it's even more. So it's kind of different, not a double whammy, but the same idea, but on the opposite significance of it. All right, so let's see what else. So Pedro, what do you think makes you? What is the most instrumental thing? It can be a thing, a habit. It can be, a truth. It can be a process. It doesn't matter. What was the most instrumental thing that made you the trader you are today? Is there one thing you can say, or is it a combination?
There was for sure a combination. It's never just one thing, but starting to look inwards, that's a big one. Start actually to focus more on my process. You always compare yourself a little bit with everyone, especially with social media. Then you start always feeling that you are not doing something right, especially if you have a negative day and someone else is having a good day. But it was the moment where actually starting to look a bit more inwards, even within my strategy. Like when you're even learning a strategy, I was learning for somewhere else, like in an academy, whatever, in a blog, and everyone else is posting their own charts, their own examples. And it was also the moment where, okay, yeah, I learned the theory. I kind of know how to identify the levels, how to kind of draw the levels. But now let me make sense of it. Like, let me actually understand the theory behind, at least for me, for myself, the theory behind actually the levels that, or the strategy that I'm implementing. Like, make it your own. And that was a good step actually, because, for example, that was the moment I can understand that I'm not really a scalper. I don't really like scalper, or trying to find, even though I do execute trades on 1 minute time frame, I even can look for confirmations on 10 seconds time frame. I don't like to try to understand or make sense of every single movement that happens on 1 minute time frame. And sometimes you see people trying to do that. Like they see a range of 10 pips and they try to predict every single candle that's happening there, or try to see where it's reacting from, which for me, it didn't really made much sense. And I started to distinct, even though we are reading or looking at the market exactly the same way, exactly the same levels, exactly the same theory, that was not making me any good. I remember visibly kind of that one example like that. It was kind of following someone that had kind of a group every day, kind of was posting beautiful trades on 1 minute, and then all of a sudden when I zoom out and I look like 15 minutes, like he was literally trading in a space of 10 pips. And I was kind of, which for me it was a little bit of a noise, and the type of trades that I was more looking for is more spaces that are maybe created on 1 hour or 15 minutes. So that can be for me to get to that aware or to that realization, is because I started to be more aware of actually what suits me and what I actually like to look for in the market. And some people, maybe ICT may be one of the best examples right now, because many people try to study ICT and he explains 50 different ways of executing trades or whatever it may be. I never really studied, so I don't know exactly, but I see many people kind of talking about different models, different way of entries, whatever it may be. and you can get lost in that. Like if you're always trying to understand every single one of them and try to use every single one of them, that's maybe a way that is actually holding you back, because you are not really progressing in your own style. Okay, learn the theory, but then try literally to adapt into your own, or make it your own. Like make something your own. Like you learn the recipe of a dish, then make it your own. Like add your special ingredients in there. In that sense, I think that that's and the only way to do that then goes into journaling. Okay, then goes into your own, you spending time looking at the chart and trying to dissect it by yourself, and then journaling your own trades. Okay, that kind of goes into the typical path of becoming focus more on yourself and journaling your trades and so on. Because I think maybe one of the reasons many people may not journal is because they continue just to study charts, and especially other people's charts, other people's analysis. So they think that they are making progress and learning more just by learning more theory, but they are not really learning themselves and what they are doing. I don't even know why my head went to that direction, but in reality, that's one of the main things. There are many others. I think one of them as well, I remember vividly, was when I started to also kind of teach someone, or kind of try to explain my own approach, which comes afterwards, right? Primarily, I actually need to feel totally comfortable and understand 100% what I'm doing. And then when I actually started to explain to someone else as well, it's just reinforced me and forced me to go even deeper on my own understanding of the strategy that I'm using, or my approach to the market, because I'm receiving questions, or that person or those people, they're asking me different questions that maybe I didn't even thought about it, because kind of unconsciously maybe I've thought about it, but when someone actually is asking directly, then I may not even, okay, hold on a second, let me think about it. Like that was another good process or step towards becoming even better in terms of understanding my own process and my own and improving my own performance as well. And that's actually satisfying. Actually, I like to teach people, so that was actually in addition to that process as well. But yeah. That was those two things, basically, which is
So basically
looking inwards. Yeah. Okay.
Basically, you're saying know yourself, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's very important, and start looking to your, not only knowing what kind of person you are, and to adapt or look for a strategy that makes sense, combining or taking into consideration the type of person you are, but also looking inwards, right? Instead of looking outward for the solution, or the new thing, the shiny object, which which is so easy to look for. It makes a lot of sense.
Just one second. Sometimes it's not even about the shiniest thing. Like sometimes you actually, again, you already know the theory, or you already kind of learned from someone else. Imagine that you are a group of 10 people learning out the same strategy. Okay. But then it's always constantly comparing with what the other 9 people are doing. Okay, kind of you know the theory, all of you kind of know the same thing, but constantly is trying to see the trades that the other guys took, instead of you actually focusing a bit more on what you are doing in that sense. Because those other 9 people, even though kind of you start from the same spot, eventually each one of them they start diverging a little bit towards themselves. They start implementing their own unique abilities and findings of the strategy that may not kind of connect with what you want or what fits you, and that's basically what I'm trying to say.
I understand that. Finding your way in the trading world, basically, mm-hmm. Right? Because you got to make it. We said it in the podcast. You got to make it. Rich said it. You got to make it your own, right? You got to own. It's the same thing as with the trade plan. It has to be yours. Otherwise, even if it is your own, sometimes it's difficult to follow it to the T. And imagine if it isn't. If you're following someone else's plan that is not customized, that you haven't put the ingredients in, it's gonna be even more difficult to follow that plan. And in the meantime, as we are talking about what made you the trader you are today, we see Pound retesting this structure, this area we talked about before, where I'm looking for a possible reversal. and it is reaching one of those entry order blocks. This is on the 1 minute, and this bigger one is on the 3 minute. And we're going to be watching as we speak, as we talk. We still have a couple of minutes with you guys, and we're going to be looking to see if price wants to react from it or not. Maybe it will. Maybe it does do have a reaction before we close this trade. And as you see this, do not go try and copy it, because if you do, then you're not really listening. Pedro just said, look for your own way. Try a trade, explore your own style of trading. And this is my style. And of course, it can help you, but you have to make it your own. You have to take whatever it is, journaling, looking for, backwards, inwards into how it makes you feel trading it. Why did I use them, right? You didn't get the data. You didn't test the way I did. So you don't know why I'm doing the things that I do. The components, when to use them, when not to use them. You wouldn't know. Even if I give you a blueprint of everything that I do, you wouldn't know exactly why I'm doing things that I do. And if you don't know the why, then it's going to be very difficult for you to discern when to use them and when not to use them, what the values are, which is more important, what's the hierarchy in the things that I do, right? You have to do it your own. You have to collect your own data and find, explore, and discover your own path in the world of trading. All right, so the market is reacting just a little bit. Okay, that candle looks like a little bit more than a little bit, but it's still just nothing. We don't know anything yet. On the 3 minute, it's not really telling us anything yet. So we'll have to be patient and see if it really wants to reverse from here or not. Remember, guys, this is not a signal service. This is not financial advice in any shape, kind of, or form. So take responsibility for your own trades. That's the one thing. You don't know where my stop is. If you're following what I do, you don't know where my stop is. So that's gonna be that already makes you can take the same trades, but if maybe you're expecting it to move much more or much less, so it doesn't make sense to me. I've never actually never found the thought of copying someone to be to make sense. Anyway, it doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah.
All right, so let's look at the chat. Someone saying about ICT. We're not going to mention ICT too much because ICT is a hot topic. Whenever we say ICT, there's people on both sides saying, no, he's a fraud. No, he's the trader to follow. He is the man. Others say, no, he's not at all. He doesn't know what he's talking about. So I try to go around that topic as much as possible. And that's coming from a person who's trading order blocks, which is something ICT talks about a lot, but that doesn't matter. I haven't I haven't followed ICT, so I don't know what he teaches other than, what everybody says. All right, so let's look at we were talking about gold as well. And gold has, look at that. Gold has touched into that daily order block. And did it start creating bullish order block? The 4-hour hasn't confirmed yet. The 2-hour is quite bullish. Actually, it's looking like an outside bar. We still have 1 hour, so it's, there's a lot of time still left. On the 1 hour, it is closing in 3 minutes, right? So that could be a nice trade, right? Price is coming into that daily order block, so you have a higher time frame reason for it to bounce or at least have some kind of a push up, and it comes and creates an H1. In my book, that's not enough, but hey, you can trade from it, and you could expect price to push from after it creates that order block. It's going to push into some structure that's going to stop it, either this one or the next one, and likely to come back to that order block, and perhaps you could see a little pop, right? How much of a pop? Who knows? That could be a pop maybe to the daily, could be, but it could be just as well just a follow a lower pop, a lower high, just for it to keep on breaking. To be honest, I don't think that's going to be the case. If anyone wants to guess why I don't think it's going to be the case, let me know in the chat. You have about 2 minutes to guess why I think it's not going to go lower, at least not today. Let me know in the chat. Let us know in the chat. Well, anyways, and I'm going to tell you guys, if you pay attention, you might be able to say, actually, I mentioned it today because it's a major zone. Yeah, Solomon, that's, yes, that's one of them. Anyone else has a better answer to offer? Night news? Not sure. Yes, V Legacy. There it is. That's the actual one that I'm talking about.
Yeah,
yes, because of the order block. Obviously, yes, it's a demand zone. It's a daily. The reaction. Yes, all of that is true. But especially the daily ATR. We just measured. It went 88 on a bank holiday day, while the ATR is at 82, if I'm not mistaken. Meaning, this is something like similar if it were to do like 120 on a regular day. Meaning, it's not likely to go much lower. It's going to be more difficult to push price much lower today. So it doesn't mean it's going to reverse necessarily, but this move is not very likely to happen, right? It's at least, let me put it this way. It can happen, but it's difficult. It's difficult for price to do that, at least for today. So that means that, what you will expect, you can expect is, even without changing the whole direction of the trend, that prices getting in on a lower price makes sense, because it's likely, comparing the pressure it has on both sides, is likely to have some upward pressure from these levels. So a little bit about mean reversion, that is. All right, so awesome. Thank you all for your participation. Yes, Emmanuel, you got it right. Above 10%. Perfect. All right, so what is an ATR? Do we have time to explain that, Pedro, before we go?
Yeah, we can. Maybe just simply it's an average range. So it's measuring the distance depending on the time frame. ATR can be any. If you are talking about the daily ATR, we are looking at the range of a daily candle, and then you're looking at the average of depending on the days that you're looking for. I think usually we can look at 14 or 20 days. So basically, we're measuring the distance or the range of the last 14 or 20 days, and you are kind of approaching that for today, like using that information for today's candle. That's basically what you are looking for. So that's basically the move that gold already did today. Yeah, and many people use that information as a strategy or ways to look for targets, maybe places to place stop losses, and so on. Or look for reversals, for example. Again, just as an example, if price actually does reaches that ATR level, maybe we are expecting a little bit of a bounce, and price kind of to respect that level either as a support or resistance, and maybe there's an opportunity in there for you for a trade. So yeah, it's used for that.
Awesome. Thank you for that explanation, Pedro. Yes, ATR is something we use a lot. And if you want to know more about ATR, if you want to know more about trading in general, you have an invitation to join us again Monday. We are live Monday to Thursday, and look at the charts, but especially come back on Monday when we are live again. Wait for price. Before I go, I'm going to give that little tip. This area is a good area to be buying, but only if price action confirms. If it doesn't confirm, we have nothing to do with this. We don't want to have anything to do with this structure. We want to make sure that it actually, before I go, I'm not going to give the answer, but ask yourself, everyone, does the price tell us that it's going to reverse or not on the lower time frame? Is it right now? We'll have to come back to that question perhaps when we come back on Monday. But that's it for us for today. Thank you for being here with us and having patience with us. Pedro, any last comments before we?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, guys. It's always a pleasure. Everyone in here in the stream, we like what you're doing. We like to share our story, our journey, the way you're analyzing market. So yeah, just press that like button, subscribe to the channel. Let's keep growing. The channel has been growing. I think we crossed 60K a few weeks ago. We are already at 65, so that's perfect. Everyone in here is doing a great job, and you guys are supporting us, which is perfect. We also have our own Portuguese community with the 5ers. So if you speak Portuguese and if you want to join us, it's usually at 5 p.m. Monday to Thursday. So we are also growing in there. It has been really funny to also to run that show, the channel, and the live streams. So yeah, feel free to join as well. And yeah, trade well, respect the news, and respect your strategy. And good luck for tomorrow for the NFP. And have a good weekend. Basically,
yeah. Actually, you remind me that because we reached 65K subscribers this week, we're gonna have a big giveaway next week, so you don't want to miss that. That's gonna be awesome. And besides Portuguese, we also have a community speaking Tagalog, Italian, German. No, I'm just kidding. None of those. Only Portuguese. So don't want to miss that if you're a Portuguese speaking person. That's it for me for today. And Pedro, I want to thank you for being here and helping, making the trader watching us grow as you do. All right, that's it for us. See you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hi guys, so thank you very much for watching the video. Now make sure you like and subscribe, and most of all, go into the YouTube and check our other content that we provide here at The 5ers. We'll see you in the next one.